There will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Please be seated. Honorable members, good afternoon, honorable members. Today is a special day, as in our midst, we are also having in the gallery, why are they sitting so far away? We are having students from the University of Fort Hare and Walter Sisulu that is here with us today. The students are visiting the legislature to learn, amongst others, the legislative sphere, how the provincial legislature is constituted, the separation of powers, the sitting arrangements at the legislature, quite interesting, how the speaker conducts the house, how a motion is presented and debated. I am advised that the students were welcomed in the morning by the chairperson of the committees, Honorable Duba, and a mini workshop was arranged by staff from legal and procedural services and the speakership. Can we give a round of welcome to the students? I'm not sure if you can see them. Can you see them? Can you just stand up for us so that they can acknowledge you? There they are in the, yeah. Thank you so much. You may be seated. Honorable members, I want to make a point just that we are consistently noticing that the members of the EFF are transgressing the dress code of the House and the dress policy of the House in terms of Rule 79(1) of the standing rules. And I will consistently just defer these matters to the Ethics Committee. I'm hoping that the Ethics Committee will come to the House and explain to the House why they are not dealing with these matters. I've heard that the Ethics Committee have set and they have raised certain issues, but the Ethics Committee must come to the House and come and explain themselves why no action is taken against members that is transgressing the dress code policy of the House. Yes, when we get that issue, possibly we will then get to the whys and the hows with the Ethics Committee, and I'm waiting for a letter from them so that I can respond legally to the Ethics Committee in that respect. But we are not going to let these kind of issues detract us from the work that we are having here. Today we have the debate with respect to the State of the Province address. This is quite a unique experience where honorable members have that opportunity to engage with the Premier, say what they have to say, and tomorrow the Premier will come back and the Premier will then respond and unpacking certain of those issues that have been raised by the honorable members. I know that the students from University of Fort Hare and Walter Sisulu do have time constraints, but I do hope that you will be able to listen, even if it's just the first few debates. It is sometimes quite hilarious to listen to members, and it can become, the emotions can rise a little bit in these debates, but all in good faith and in the spirit, obviously, of oversight wherein it is done. Honorable members, I have been informed that the Multi-Party Whips Committee convened and resolved that there therefore be no questions for oral reply in this plenary, as well as for Thursday, the 27th of February, 2025. What we have notices of motions, and I have received 4. I will call them out in the order. Sorry, I just have a little thing in my throat. From Honorable Kasim, 2 from Honorable Kasim, from Honorable Fishlane and Honorable Nana. I hope I pronounced that. Those are the 4 that I have received. I see that the one-off has been retracted, the one of the Honorable Chief Whip. In that order, Honorable Kasim, we will start with you. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I hereby move in terms of Rule 130 of the Standing Rules of this House, that this House notes 1, that 29-year-old Constable Callan Andrews was tragically gunned down in Helenvale, Gqeberha, on Tuesday, the 31st of December 2024. That Constable Andrews was gunned down a mere 2 months into his promising career with the South African Police Service in the same community that he had sworn to serve and protect. 3, that Constable Andrews had his service firearm stolen whilst he attempted to assist with pushing the SAPS vehicle used by him and his partner, which allegedly experienced a mechanical issue. And 4, that the alleged motive behind Constable Andrews' murder is that one of the gang leaders who is amongst the accused instructed a junior member to carry out the act of robbing and killing a SAPS officer as a means of earning his stripes in the gang. Further noting that crime in the northern areas of Gqeberha has been spiraling out of control for years, creating an abnormal situation that has claimed countless innocent lives, and that residents in the northern areas live in constant fear as criminals and gangsters run rampant without fear of reprisal, and that the South African Police Service are understaffed and under-resourced and are losing the battle against crime in my community, Honourable Speaker, in the northern areas of Nelson Mandela Bay. That this House therefore resolves that this House conveys its condolences to the family, friends and colleagues of Constable Callan Andrews, that our thoughts and prayers are with the family as they continue to grieve the loss of their loved one whilst waiting for the case to be presented in a court of law, that we acknowledge the pain and trauma caused by this loss, not only for Callan's family, but by our community at large, that the MEC for Community Safety initiates a comprehensive investigation into the circumstances surrounding Constable Andrews' death, as there is still significant unanswered questions regarding this incident, including, Honourable Speaker, allegations that there was nothing wrong with the vehicle at the time. That the MEC for Community Safety and his department ensures that the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety is briefed on the findings of this investigation, and that the MEC for Community Safety and the Provincial SAPS Commissioner ensures that the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety is briefed on the current state of police vehicles in the Eastern Cape within 30 days, and that the MEC for Community Safety and his department briefs the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety on the social crime prevention programs which focus on drugs and gangsterism, as mentioned by the Honourable Premier in his State of the Province address on Friday, the 21st of February 2025, within 30 days. And that lastly, Honourable Speaker, that the MEC for COGTA engages with the Nelson Mandela Metropolitan Municipality to request the renaming of Voisin Road, the road where Constable Andrews was murdered, to Callan Andrews Road, as a reminder of his sacrifice in our community. I so move.
Thank you, Honourable Kasim. Honourable members, this is, I am asking, sorry for that, my throat. This is in terms of Rule 130, so I'm asking if this motion is adopted by the House. Yes, except, no, Deputy Chief Whip, you can't scream from there, you must put up your hand. Yes, Honourable Chief Whip.
Thank you so much, Honourable Speaker. Greetings to the House at large. We really want to express our support for the motion, except the last part that directs the MEC for COGTA as well as Nelson Mandela Municipality to rename the street after the late Constable. We want to suggest that much as we support, there is a process and a procedure that gets to be undertaken when that renaming is to be undertaken. So that be subjected to that committee that deals with geographic name change process, so that it really gets its normal and procedural approach. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Kasim, are you in favor of the amendment?
I support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Therefore, this motion is adopted with the amendment. Thank you so much. Yes, Honorable Ngata, now that the motion have been adopted, on what rule are you rising?
No, I had raised my hand, Honorable Speaker, before it was adopted, but you did not notice me.
On what rule are you rising now,
Rule
Honorable Ngata?
Rule 8.
MEC? Because the Chief Whip have spoken and the Chief Whip, and it has been seconded by the originator, and now the House has adopted the motion. Therefore, there will be no other debate on the motion, Honorable. Unless there's, outside of that, there's a rule that you would want to rise on. Thank you. Can we move, Honorable Kasim?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I hereby move in terms of Rule 1311 of the standing rules of this House, that this House notes the latest crime statistics released on Friday, the 21st of February 2025, confirm that the Eastern Cape is under siege, that violent crime continues to shatter lives, drive businesses away, and kill jobs in our province. 3, that there are 1,300 people murdered and 2,341 sexual offenses recorded in just 3 months in our province. 4, that the Eastern Cape remains the most dangerous province in the country, with a murder ratio of 19.6 per 100,000 people, the highest, Honorable Speaker, in the country. And that the statistics confirm that 6 Eastern Cape police stations are now amongst the top 30 for murder nationwide, proving that violent crime remains out of control. Honorable Speaker, further noting that kidnappings, hijackings, and organized crime happen so brazenly, it proves that criminals still feel emboldened, that crime intelligence in our province in the Eastern Cape is under-resourced, that the South African Police Service officers are left to respond to crime instead of preventing it, and that organized crime syndicates are crippling investment and driving businesses and jobs away, and that the Eastern Cape does not spend a cent on crime-fighting technologies, unlike our neighbors in the Western Cape. That this House therefore resolves, this is for noting, Speaker, that the MEC for Finance, to ensure that the Department for Community Safety is provided with funds that are ring-fenced specifically to invest in intelligence-gathering technologies such as grabbers, and crime-fighting surveillance and reconnaissance technologies such as shot spotters, drones, dash cams, body cams, license plate recognition. And 2, as part of the MEC for Community Safety zero-based budgeting efforts, that the budget of the department is prioritized away from public relations advertisements and report gathering and towards tangible crime-fighting efforts that can be felt by our communities in the ground. 3, that the MEC for Community Safety and his department considers partnering with the City of Cape Town in deploying a state-of-the-art eye-in-the-sky information, surveillance, and reconnaissance technology to assist our province, the Eastern Cape, with its crime-fighting interventions. And lastly, Speaker, that the MEC for Community Safety brief the Portfolio Committee on Community Safety on efforts being made by his office to advocate for increased resources to be made available for crime and intelligence in the Eastern Cape. I so move.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, this is a notice of motion, and I will therefore note the motion as it will be debated at a later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. We now hand over to Honorable Fihlani.
Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House knows with profound sadness and outrage the tragic murder of 3 women in their home in the Sechayelo locality in Lusikisiki of the Mukojeni family. Further notes that this follows the massacre of 18 family members in the Ngobozana location in Lusikisiki just a few months ago and other related matters that have happened. Recognizes this heinous act represents an escalation of violence against women and children in our communities and a direct assault on the constitutional right to life and dignity. Acknowledges the deep trauma and fear such acts of violence act in the social fiber of our communities, particularly among women and children. Further notes with concern the persistent challenge of gender-based violence and femicide in the Eastern Cape and South Africa at large. Express its deepest condolences to the families and loved ones of the victims and stands in solidarity with the community of Lusikisiki. Therefore, I move that the House calls for an expedited investigation in these matters and swift apprehension of those responsible. Urges the law enforcement agencies to ensure that once apprehended, the perpetrators face the full might of the law. Directs the Department of Social Development to provide immediate psychosocial services to the affected families and affected community members. Requests the Department of Community Safety to strengthen safety measures in the rural communities with a particular focus on protecting vulnerable women and children. Calls for a comprehensive report within 30 days on the progress of investigation and measures taken to prevent the reoccurrence of similar incidents in our areas. I so move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Fishlani. Honorable members, I put the motion without notice. Do you agree? Any objection? No. Thank you. We now call upon Honorable Nana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 130 that the House notes with grave concern the recent violent incident that occurred on the N2 near Butterworth, involving heavily armed suspects who engaged in a shootout with law enforcement. Acknowledges that the 6 suspects who were heavily armed and posed an immediate threat to public safety were fatally wounded during the exchange with police officers. Recognizes the swift and professional response of the South African Police Services, of the South African Police Service members who acted to protect public safety while putting their own lives at risk. Further note that the incident highlights an ongoing challenges faced by law enforcement in combating violent crimes and the growth of illegal firearms in our communities. Commends the bravery and dedication of the SABS members involved in this operation who demonstrated unwavering commitment to their duty to protect and serve. Therefore, I move that the House extend the appreciation to the SABS members involved for the courage and professionalism in the line of duty. Calls for increased support and resources for the law enforcement agencies to combat violent crimes and illegal firearms. Urges the strengthening of intelligence-driven operations to prevent similar incidents and protect public safety. Request a comprehensive report on the growth of illegal firearms in the Eastern Cape and strategies to address this challenge. Recommends enhanced operation between all spheres of government to address the root causes of violent crimes in our communities. I so move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I put the motion without notice. My apologies, I put the motion without notice. Do you agree? Yes. Any objection? Thank you. That concludes the part of the motions. We now go to member statements. We have 4 member statements received from the Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Aloni, Honorable Zinti, and Honorable Kruger in that order. Over to you, Honorable Chief Whip. All members should take note that they have 3 minutes to make their statements. We will thereafter allow the Premier or the relevant MEC then to address each of these statements. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Greetings once again. Honorable Speaker, I rise today to welcome the initiative by the Eastern Cape Provincial Government to clear 70 million rand worth of student debt for students enrolled in Merceta-related fields at TVET colleges and universities across the province in 2025. This bold step, Madam Speaker, demonstrates our government's unwavering commitment to skills development and youth empowerment. By focusing on Merceta-related fields, we are not only investing in our students, but also the future workforce that will drive our manufacturing, engineering, innovation, and related services sectors. As we have seen in previous years, the impact of this intervention cannot be overstated. It will lift the burden of debt from countless students, allowing them to focus on their studies and enter the workforce without the shadow of financial obligations hanging over their heads. Honorable members, I particularly want to encourage all eligible students to seize this opportunity. No eligible student should miss out on this chance to clear their debt and pursue their studies without financial obstacles. As the Freedom Charter puts it, I quote, "The doors of learning and culture shall be open," close quote. This initiative, Honorable Speaker, aligns perfectly with our provincial goals of skills development and economic growth. It represents a significant investment in our youth and the future of our province's industrial, innovation, and technological capabilities. I urge all members to join me in spreading awareness about this opportunity in their constituencies, ensuring that every eligible student is informed and able to benefit from this progressive initiative that is proudly brought to you by the government of the African National Congress. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Aloni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My member statement is about the alarming state of the University of Fort Hare. Honorable Speaker, I stand before this House today deeply troubled by the recent discussions that took place at the National Parliament in the Standing Portfolio Committee of Higher Education regarding the University of Fort Hare. This institution, a jewel of Eastern Cape and a cradle of liberation, is now terribly on the edge of collapse due to chronic maladministration, non-compliance, and an alarming lack of accountability. The Portfolio Committee revealed that the University of Fort Hare has failed to submit financial reports for multiple years, a dereliction of duty that jeopardizes its eligibility of vital grant funding. This failure is more than a bureaucratic misstep. It is a direct attack on the future of thousands of students, most of whom come from deeply rural areas of our province, seeking knowledge to transformation their lives and uplift their communities. Fort Hare has long been a natural constituent of higher education and an institution of immense historical importance. It was intellectual home of any struggle stalwarts who sharpened their tools for liberation on its grounds. Today, it is an institution that should embody the principles of excellence, access, and accountability. Instead, it has become synonymous with scandal, maladministration, and a complete disregard for the trust placed in it by the province and this nation. Honorable Speaker, the evidence presented to the Portfolio Committee paints a grim picture of 4 years the university has ignored its obligation to Parliament and disregard the guidance of the Portfolio Committee. The Vice-Chancellor dismissive comments claiming that Parliament has no business providing oversight or guidance on university governance are indicative of the rot at the core of this institution. Such statements undermine not only Parliament's role, but also the public trust this vital institution. Furthermore, the university's inability to account for its financial standing is compounded by the leadership's misplaced priorities. Instead of focusing on turning the university around, restoring its integrity, the Vice Chancellor has seemingly dedicated his time to acting as a forensic investigator, while uncovering corruption and misconduct is important. This cannot be sole focus when the institution itself is falling apart under his watch. There has been little evidence of the strategic leadership aimed at addressing systemic governance failures, improving academic standards, or ensuring compliance with the statutory obligations. Honorable Speaker, the situation is there, Honorable Speaker, and its implications are far-reaching. Without immediate intervention, the potential cut in grant funding will have devastating consequences for Forte operations, staff, and most important, its students. This House must not stand idly by as one of our most prestigious institutions is reduced to a cautionary tale of mismanagement. Honorable Speaker, there are also pressing issues that are deeply affecting the students of the University of Forte. Finally, students are being denied the opportunity to register for their
Honourable Member,
final
your
year
3 minutes
despite-
is done. Thank you so much. Sit down, please. Thank you. Thank you. Honourable Zinti.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to express my deepest shock and sadness on the recent incident that claimed 2 lives of innocent learners in Lusikisiki. This tragic loss of 2 learners aged 13 and 14 years from Hlanga Secondary School in Holy Cross location in Lusikisiki in OR Tambo Coastal District is a sad thing and a sign of lack of infrastructure, especially in the eastern part of Eastern Cape. Honorable Speaker, the learners lost their lives due to a devastating flood incident that happened on the 19th of February 2025. According to the information, these learners were released from school early due to bad weather conditions. When you travel along N2 and R61, you see scholar patrol or crossing marshals, but in those deep rural areas, there are no patrols or marshals. It seems their safety is compromised, and that is the UDM concern. We have been saying this, that they cross bridges that are low. When there are floods, it's easily covered or washed away by floods. That results in cases like this. Some cross forests very early because they travel long distances before reaching schools, because some schools do not have scholar transport. Honorable Speaker, the UDM deepest concern and sadness over the tragic loss of innocent lives because of poor infrastructure in rural areas. The UDM is appealing to you, Honorable Speaker, and relevant departments to make interventions that are as follows. The government must employ safety patrols, marshals for learners, especially the ones who are crossing rivers and forests alone in rural areas. If this happens in urban areas, it must also happen in rural areas. The provincial government must ensure that rivers that are crossed to nearby schools must be prioritized to be built. Public education to communities about these hazard weather conditions and felt fires. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honourable Zinti. Honourable Kruger.
Thank you, Speaker. The South African Constitution guarantees access to water as a fundamental human right. It is a right for everyone. Honourable Speaker, the ongoing water crisis in the western parts of Buffalo City continues to affect our most vulnerable communities. For months, the residents of Kaiser's Beach, Kids Beach, and Nega villages 2, 3, and 4 have endured an inconsistent water supply. Years of neglect and poor planning by Amatola Water and Buffalo City Metro have led to this crisis. Multiple stakeholders, including councillors and engineers, have repeatedly warned that the failure to upgrade bulk water infrastructure to meet Buffalo City's growing population would result in disaster. Lo and behold, the situation has reached crisis level. These communities, like many others serviced by Amatola Water, now rely on rotating water supply as demand exceeds capacity. To make matters worse, Buffalo City Metro and Amatola Water continue sending conflicting messages, adding to the frustration of struggling residents. When communication does happen, it is vague, inconsistent, and often misleading, fueling anger rather than providing solutions. Meanwhile, instead of investing in proper infrastructure, Buffalo City has massively overspent on hiring water tankers, a short-term and unreliable solution that leaves the residents waiting for life's most essential resource. Millions have been poured into these measures, yet no real progress has been made towards fixing the root problem. Honourable Speaker, imagine having to take turns as a community to access water. For these residents, it is a daily struggle. When these communities unite to find solutions, they are met with an arrogant executive mayor who walks out of stakeholder meetings rather than answering the difficult questions. We cannot accept the suffering of our people due to Buffalo City and Amatola Water's failures. Our people deserve dignity, clean water, and a government that serves them. If the executive mayor of Buffalo City will not advocate for her residents, the Democratic Alliance will stand with them to fight for their basic rights. Honourable MEC Fokogta, I invite you to join me in oversight so that together with the community, we can forge lasting solutions and restore dignity to these communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kruger. Honourable members, that concludes the member statement. I will now allow the Honourable Premier's got 20 minutes and his members of the executive. He will assign those members to respond to the 4 questions. Over to you, Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to all honourable members and our guests. We concur with what Honourable Makashala raised. It's an obligation to see to it that we improve our skills base in the Eastern Cape using our TVETs, universities, as well as trying to address the challenge of NEET group, those young people who are not in education or training. So we're trying our level best with the limited resources that we have, but we are trying to expand that base working with SITAs, as this one is a partnership between us and MESSITA. Unfortunately, it is for certain disciplines. It's not an open. So it targets a certain, as per MESSITA's mandate. So I will call colleagues, I think, on issues of water that were raised. Honorably, the Williams, he can come in, and as well as other MECs on the relevant issues. I thought that let me just deal with that part. We are addressing the issue of water quite seriously, but Honorable Williams can say it better before I say everything.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and greetings this afternoon. The Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, members of the House. Honorable Speaker, I do understand the questions of water in another part of Buffalo City. I was not really au fait with this part. We attended to one part when it came to our attention. So we'll gladly follow up on that particular issue of water. As it is in Graham, in Makana, and in Okumkijima, those are matters that we assist with in terms of ensuring that there's accelerated resolution of those challenges. So we will gladly follow up those as raised by the honourable member and try to ensure that those communities have access to clean drinking water. There's no excuse for failure to deliver as such. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
No, thanks, Premier, thanks, Speaker. Ours was to respond on the proposal around the scholar transport patrols. I was just thinking but loud, Honorable Speaker, because we do have that program currently. That's what we use in the area of Sarah Patman and Nelson Mandela Bay when we had the crime prevention summit there. So we will have to go back to that strategy and see whether can't we then expand the scope of that mandate that we had as an interim and a temporal measure in the main to cap the situation, of course, with the other Department of Transport as a joint venture on the matter. Thank you so much, please.
Thank you. Have you concluded, Honorable Premier? The issues raised by Honorable Zinti.
Yeah, Honorable Ngata is not here. While we are dealing with the issues of bridges, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, it looks like this is going to be the problem that we have as our kids in rural areas are just also using the shortcuts in getting into the nearest schools. Some of those areas do have bridges, but at other levels. We are working on these well-sized bridges, 35 of them, as we have indicated, of which we are almost concluding the first phase of that at 19 bridges, and to start with the 17, but we are far from actually resolving the actual problem that we have in terms of access. I think the innovation we must have is also to be able not to think about a bridge that will also be used by vehicles, but also just the pedestrian bridges that will able to help our kids to move, because those who are pedestrian, they don't have to follow the kind of an access to the school. But those are issues that we are all having and which we can't deny. It's the biggest problem that we have in our provinces now that we've got this challenge of climate change and the global warming. But we are dealing with them as we are tackling the issues of schools infrastructure broadly. Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Premier. Honorable members, those are the responses from the executive, and it therefore concludes the members' statements in totality. We will now ask the Secretary to read the first subject for discussion.
Discussion of the State of the Provincial Address by the Premier of the Eastern Cape Province.
We must be patient with each other today. We have a list of 29 speakers that will be debating the State of the Province Address. And that's so, yes. So I think we must not become impatient with each other today, and we must just work with the presiding officer so each and every member will be given an opportunity to have their say. In totality, it's 340 minutes. That is how the WPRI has allocated this time. And when I worked it out, that means we will be finished here between 17:30 and 2000 hours tonight, Honorable Chief Whip. Perhaps the WPRI must also look at the logistics when they do these kind of things. Because when I receive it, I have to do and calculate and make sure and look where it fits into these issues. The first up is Honorable Matkashela, who is given 15 minutes. Honorable Matkashela is the Chief Whip of the ANC and the Chief Whip of the Legislature. Your 15 minutes will start now, but I would like to, before you start, follow up. After that will be by Honorable Dr. Knutzer from the DA. Perhaps 2 or 3 minutes before the time the Honorable Member will take her seat. So it will just make it easy, the flow. Otherwise, it will take 30 seconds to 38 seconds for people to walk up. Sometimes a whole minute for them just to walk up. Someone wants to look nice and they strut to come here, but it eats into the time, Honorable Members. Yes. So, Honorable Matkashela, your 15 minutes starts now. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, traditional leaders who may happen to be in our midst, the clergy present here, the government officials and the guests in the gallery, especially our students from both University, Walter Sulu, and then Forte. As the African National Congress in the legislature, we welcome and affirm the State of the Province address delivered by the Honorable Premier on the 21st of February 2025 here in this House. We therefore call upon all the progressives here in this House and across the province to rally behind such a clear and noble address in pursuit of our collective efforts to build the Eastern Cape we all want. Consequently, Honorable Speaker, we call upon members of the Executive Council to equally emulate the Premier's stance and be pragmatic on their plans and strategies towards implementation of such noble address. We are ready, as members of this legislature, to play our oversight role in doing so. We shall not cease to be combative whilst being supportive of at the same time. So we must all belong to this province and nowhere else, so that our noble idea sees the light of the day. Honorable Speaker, before I expatiate further on behalf of the ANC in the legislature and the legislature community at large, allow me to extend our deepest and most heartfelt condolences to the people of KwaZulu-Natal who have been severely affected by the devastating floods caused by the recent heavy rainfall. Our thoughts and prayers are with the families who have lost their loved ones and those who have been displaced or injured. We can only imagine the trauma and hardship that you are experiencing. We call upon the government to urgently intervene and provide the necessary support and resources to alleviate the suffering of our people. This includes providing emergency shelter, food, and medical care to those in need. Furthermore, we urge motorists to exercise extreme caution on the roads, particularly in the southern parts of Durban and along the south coast, where several roads are currently impassable due to severe flooding. We appeal to all South Africans to stand in solidarity with the people of KZN during this difficult time. Let us come together to provide support, comfort, and hope to those affected. May the souls of the departed rest in peace, and may their loved ones find strength and solace in this time of grief. Honorable Speaker, I must say that the task ahead demands that we be agile, innovative, and results-oriented. In line with this observation, we are of the view that the budget allocations for the legislature must be increased so that the fundamental objectives that underpin its core mandate, public participation, oversight, and lawmaking, can be done, Honorable Mfoko. As I pass on this area, Honorable Speaker, allow me to equally highlight the long outstanding matter of study tours of the members to this legislature. I know there's tours and there's what? Mission. We are of the view that the study tours are of great benefit to MPLs as they serve to broaden their horizons and open their eyes to how the legislative work is being done in other countries, and that is in line with our resolve for us to be agile. We need to learn from the best and the relevant countries that are already well transformed in doing their work, not USA, of course. In essence, we are saying time and resources must be set aside for such a mission. Honorable Speaker, the trust of the State of the Province address delivered by the Premier paid much attention on economic growth and development, whose ultimate objectives is job creation that will result into addressing the triple challenges of unemployment, poverty, and inequality in our province. The major infrastructure projects being rolled out throughout the province serve as a vital stimulus for economic growth. As such, they deserve our overall support. The vultures in the form of extortionists and saboteurs, however, or hovering over them, deserve our collective rebuke and condemnation. Their illegal and devilish actions only serve to frustrate and delay these projects, and thus negatively affect potential beneficiaries. The focus on oil and gas exploration is warranted and deserves our overall support as the province of the Eastern Cape. In doing so, we must support all social facilitation programs that are intended at soliciting community and interest groups buy-in in these crucial endeavors that may see the province making a significant contribution in the GDP of our country. Honorable Speaker, I am convinced that our firmness and decisiveness towards these initiatives will be determining factor ensuring that we will not be bullied as a province and as a country. As the ANC in this province, we want to direct our government to pursue the Kolobeni mining project further, given that it has a potential to be a game changer for the Eastern Cape province. The revitalization of our ports and rail networks could not have come at a better time as we aim to increase our global trade and continental reach. The unrelenting vandalism of existing social and economic infrastructure needs to be jealously protected by law enforcement agencies. This must, of necessity, also include community participation and involvement, without them taking the law into their hands, which frequently result in the loss of lives, as it has happened in some parts of the country. We are very happy as the NC to hear that the national government will set aside funds for the sole benefit of emerging businesses in the form of SMMEs. We also note that the major chunk of the procurement budget of the province benefits, in the main, Eastern Cape-based SMMEs. We note the improvements registered for designated groups, which is women, youth, and military veterans, owned emerging businesses, though much work still needs to be pursued in this regard. We are happy that growth frontiers identified in the state of the province address are labor-intensive sectors. We want to see more attention being paid to rural development and growth. Empirical evidence suggests that the phenomenon of rural-urban migration is slowly reversed if the palatial homes mushrooming our villages are anything to go by. It is our view that we support initiatives like these and discourage land invasions through proactiveness by our municipalities in availing land for residential purposes. Furthermore, where communities have legally occupied land, the government must be quick to provide basic services, as prolonged lack thereof might attract the attention of the public protector. We also support government projects aimed at developing agro-processing capabilities in the province, as these projects will add value to agricultural products, as well as helping to create the much-needed job opportunities. The promulgation of Land Reform Bill into an Act of Parliament presents a unique opportunity for the executive to speedily resolve the centuries-old grievance of ruthless land dispossession of indigenous people. It's a gross violation of human rights, this act, by Mr. Trump and his AfriFora. The 1913 Land Act, we will therefore not be bullied once again. We encourage the current landowners to fully cooperate with the government, as anything to the contrary would be disastrous for the country and future generations, and refuse to be bullied by Donald Trump's tantrums, who only has 4 years in the Oval Office, while we still have centuries to live in this country. Tourism has, over years, proven itself to be the huge income earner for any country in the world. The ANC condemns in the strongest possible terms, the targeting of tourist hotspots by thieves and calls on the police service to do all it could to secure these vulnerable tourist destinations. We also condemn the robberies that lead to death in some farms in the province and the country, as these affect farm tourism negatively and agricultural production. This will require the enhancement of rural policing and eradication of stock theft that is rampant in farms and villages. As part of social cohesion, our 7th administration must intensify the fight against gender-based violence and femicide through the consistent implementation of National Strategic Plan on GBV. Added to this, the government must strengthen its gender-based violence and femicide prevention programs, because the saying goes that prevention is better than cure. This must also include the strengthening of the victim support services that the government is providing. Honorable Speaker, the Human Settlements Department has made huge commendable strides in providing houses to the most needy in the province. However, as we all know, there is still a huge housing backlog that the department is still contending with. As the NC we say, the department must continue with agility and vigor in tackling this huge backlog, targeting designated groups, especially child-headed households and elderly. We also note and support the provision of title deeds to the right beneficiaries and would like to see this service going forward. We appreciate and celebrate the achievements of the Department of Education, Comrade Guard, in the province, and hope that the heights reached shall not be lowered. We believe that it is only through hard work and support that the department will be able to maintain its achievements and momentum. Notwithstanding the challenges in the recent past, but we are very much confident that the issue of scholar transport will be properly managed and well coordinated in this financial year, and that learner-teacher support material has all been delivered on time across the province.
Honorable Chief Whip, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. We are also convinced that mother tongue-based bilingual education will continue to be implemented, as it has the potential to improve education outcomes. Sithi kuhamba ke zizi elimdaka ngaloo mandla unikwe wona. Sikunye nawe mfana kithi. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, allow me to briefly touch on the issue of local government, which is at the coalface of service delivery. We have observed the achievements made in the audit outcomes of our municipalities in the province and encourage those that are still struggling to improve. Besides this, we also encourage municipalities to strengthen the provision of quality service delivery to our communities, given that our communities may run out of patience, and that will trigger unnecessary disruptions on our work and value chain production. The uneven spending patterns of the municipal infrastructure grants must soon be a thing of the past, and I am sure that the relevant department is ready to provide support wherever necessary and requested. We plead with municipalities to strengthen working relations with our traditional leaders, and that the province must expeditiously settle their claims and provide them with the necessary support that they deserve. Finally, Honorable Speaker, allow me to once again express categorically so that the ANC, as the ANC, we subscribe fully to the commitment that the time to build the Eastern Cape we want is now. Accordingly, we therefore support the State of the Province address, as was delivered on the 21st of February 2025 by the Honorable Premier. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chief Whip. That's my duty, Honorable Chief Whip. We now call upon Honorable Dr. Knutze from the DA. She is the leader of the DA in the Provincial Legislature. I am doing this so that the honorable guests could also understand who are the respective politicians that are coming up to debate. Honorable Dr. Knutze will be followed by Honorable Williams after the 13 minutes expires. Honorable Dr. Knutze, your 13 minutes starts now.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members and guests, good afternoon. Honourable Speaker, you know there's a saying that goes, you miss by an inch, you miss by a mile. And I'm afraid that on Friday, we missed by a mile. I expected so much more. And I believe that the people of the Eastern Cape were expecting so much more. And I've said it many times at this podium that if we want to chart a course forward, we have to be honest about where we are starting from. We have to be brutally honest about where we are so that we can get to where we deserve to be as the people of the Eastern Cape. What I really don't understand is that how after so many years in government, you can be so out of touch with the needs of the people of this province. And you know what? Perhaps it has been too long. Perhaps you have to face the reality that you are becoming the villain in the story of the people of the Eastern Cape. But you know what? Since the Premier did not want to reveal the true state, because that's what Friday was about, the state of the province. And since the Premier didn't want to reveal the true state of the province, my team and I will do that. Since the Premier did not want to table the solutions that the people wanted to hear to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to reduce the cost of living, the devastating cost of living for the people of the Eastern Cape, my team and I will do that. So let me be very straight with you. This is the state of the province. The fact and the reality is that nearly half the people of our province don't have a job. The expanded unemployment rate is 47.6%. That means that 1 out of 2 people do not have the dignity of a job. The fact is that over 70% of people in some of our districts live below the poverty line. That people are hungry and starving and struggling in our province. The crime stats that were released last Friday shows that violent crime, kidnapping, and organized crime is on an increase in our province. And what was said about it? Absolutely nothing. We've got the highest murder rate in the country in the Eastern Cape. Where are the resources for our police officers that have to put their lives on the lines to protect us? Being admitted to one of our public hospitals has become a death sentence in the Eastern Cape. People that have to go there fear that they will leave there in a coffin. Our children, and we just saw this last Friday, children are drowning on their way to school because they have to cross rivers to get there, because scholar transport is not what it should be in this province. And when they get there, they are faced with a 38 million rand backlog on school infrastructure. We still have 400 pit toilets, schools with pit toilets in the Eastern Cape. In some instances, we have schools where there's a ratio of 1 teacher to 120 learners. Our small towns are crumbling as infrastructure crumbles. Business is disinvesting and moving out of our small towns and our metros, with 14 out of 39 municipalities in distress. That is a third of the municipalities. We also have to face the truth in those municipalities where the cost of employment outweigh the money that is available for service delivery 4 to 1. That is the true state of our province. And it's not just statistics, it's a crisis, and people are paying for that crisis every day with their lives. Are you not embarrassed? Are you not embarrassed? Really? Because you should be. The Premier's speech did nothing to instill any confidence or to provide hope for meaningful change. And that is deeply disheartening. I'm heartbroken. I'm disappointed. I'm frustrated by these realities. And I honestly, I don't know why you're laughing. Why are you laughing when 70% of our people are starving in this province? Is that funny to you? Is it funny to you that half of the people in the Eastern Cape don't have a job? Is it funny?
Order, honorable members, Honorable Knutzer, Dr. Knutzer, honorable members, order.
Honorable
Order.
Speaker.
Honorable Speaker.
There is nothing,
This is
Honorable
what
Kasim,
we were
just
hoping
put your hand
for.
down. Just hold on. There is nothing wrong in heckling. But what you are doing is ill discipline now. You have the right of the rules book, the standing rules, if there are issues that you are unhappy with or you want to seek clarification, not in the manner that you are doing. Heckling is part of the process. There's nothing wrong, like I've said, but not the manner it is being done now. Honorable Dr. Kutse, you are protected. Honorable Kasim, yes. What is your issue?
I raise in terms of Rule 92. Honorable Speaker, there may be another rule that also applies, but I'll leave that to the table to decide. Perhaps I'd like a ruling if...
What is the offensive and unparliamentary language that you are raising?
Is it parliamentary for the Honorable Kapa to make this gesture and say you are mad to a member of this House? Honorable Speaker, I'd like you to make a ruling. It has been done twice.
No, you can't make a
ask.
ruling, Honorable Kasim.
I will request a ruling.
No, comrade. Honorable Kasim,
fine, you can
the
call me
process
comrade.
is, Honorable Kasim, the process is you are raising that offensive and unparliamentary language was used.
You are mad, is the unparliamentary.
That's what you are saying, that is what is being used. We will ask the table start to investigate. I did not see, perhaps we will concur and see. We did not see that. And whether that falls within the ambit of unparliamentary and offensive language. I'm not quite sure that is. But Honorable Dr. Knutze, your time is still there. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I believe it was Serena Williams that she said people were calling her crazy when she had a baby and thought that she could come back and win a Grand Slam. And her response to that was, I will show you what crazy can do. So I will show you what crazy can do. Honourable Speaker, this is what we were hoping for. This is what we were hoping to hear. We were hoping to hear how funds would be moved from non-core expenditure to core expenditure, how resources could be reprioritized to really focus on our priorities. And the perfect example would have been the Department of Health. 7 billion rand in accruals, that is 17% of the total budget of the Eastern Cape. You know what would have been really bold for the Premier to come and do? Is to say that we are tired of losing our doctors, we are tired of losing our nurses and our frontline workers. We are tired of having people die in our state hospitals, dying on our watch. We've had enough and we are putting the department under administration. That would have been really bold, because a healthy population is a thriving population. We really wanted to know how we are going to cut red tape so that it becomes easier for businesses to do business in the Eastern Cape. We wanted to know what incentives there are for businesses to employ first-time job seekers, so that our people and our children don't sit at home with matric certificate and degrees and are unable to find work in the Eastern Cape. We wanted to know exactly how we are going to invest in built infrastructure. And I take note of the 11 bulk projects. But the reality is that it is just not enough if you look at the state of the collapse of water infrastructure in our province, where people have to drink from streams with cattle in many instances. We wanted to know about the investment in connectivity, in digital infrastructure. Because if we can just increase broadband penetration by 10%, that is a 2.5% growth in GDP in our province. Do you know what an impact that can make in terms of job creation? We wanted to know that we are busy winning the fight against corruption and looting of state funds. But then we have to face the reality that we owe the SIU 119 million rand. 31 million rand of that from the Department of Education. If we were really serious about corruption, why are we stifling an institution that's trying to really investigate corruption in our province. Lastly, we wanted a commitment to real intervention and support for local government. Those 14 distressed municipalities, and I know we are talking about the support plan, but are we really honest with ourselves when we say we are making progress in that regard? But just look at the DA-led Kouga municipality. We've got the highest collection rate, the lowest unemployment, massive investment in infrastructure, and in fact, just last night, they won the award for the greenest municipality in the Eastern Cape as well. These are the things that grow an economy and create jobs. These are the things that the people of the Eastern Cape wanted to hear. But there should be high levels of embarrassment for recycled promises, for more of the same, for state-funded temporary employment opportunities and more short-term fixes. So this Friday, that passed...
Just hold on, Honourable Dr. Knudsen. Yes, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker.
On which rule are you rising?
I just wanted to ask if the member is aware of the Tesla.
Excuse me?
If the member is prepared to take a question.
Oh, prepared to take a question, sorry.
He has
No.
a Tesla note.
No, Speaker, I'm not going to take a question.
She's not at this point. Thank you, Honourable Deputy Chief Whip. You may proceed,
But good
Honourable Dr. Knudsen.
Honourable Speaker, having to hear how we reduced unemployment by 20,000 on Friday. We reduced unemployment by 20,000, but 20,000 what? Don't think that we didn't hear what you didn't say, because you were very careful not to say we created 20,000 jobs. No, we reduced unemployment by 20,000, and we still didn't know by 20,000 what. We were talking about a 2.1% increase in the economic growth. Well, nothing is said about the fact that our growth in the last quarter was 0.1%. We came out of a recession by the skin of our teeth. That is stagnation. It is not growth. And the people of this province feel it every day as they struggle to put food on the
Honourable
table.
Dr. Knudsen, you have 2 minutes remaining.
When they have to rummage through garbage to get something to eat. And we all know of the young person that died because of something they had to take out of the garbage. And that should break all our hearts, and it should devastate all of us. But I will make this commitment, that this type of disdain and arrogance and laughing in the face of the challenges of the people of the Eastern Cape gives me and my team even more resolve and more renewed energy to keep fighting for the people of the Eastern Cape, because they deserve hope. They deserve a meaningful life of dignity, and they deserve to have it in this province. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honourable Dr. Knudsen. We call upon Honourable Williams, who is also the MEC for Kokta, representing the ANC. You have 15 minutes, which starts now. Over to you.
Very much, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive, members of the House, abantu basempuma Kapa bonke nabasibukele kula makhasi onxibelelwano. Honorable Speaker, let me indicate to Honorable Dr. Knudsen that our budget is still coming. Honorable MEC Mvoko will present the budget of our province. So the Premier was not presenting a budget, he was presenting the state of our province. And secondly, Honorable Speaker, I would like to indicate that There are expectations that the provincial economy must grow, and in a similar vein, the national economy must grow. But there are whingers who are going international and indicate to the international community that this country is adopting unconstitutional laws. And the challenge with this is that when the economy is anemic and not growing, they then blame it on the president and the premier that you are not creating jobs. But they are hypocritical in actually explaining to their international masters that this country is a country that is run through the Constitution. And now we are asked about the anemic economy, which has been deliberately held up by them. I would not want to be derailed, Honorable Speaker. I would like to salute and respect the son of the soil, our late Professor Mashiyi, who was the first cohort of doctors ever to be produced by the Walter Sisulu University. He was an outstanding son of this province, a committed servant of the people, and I would like to thank the Premier and the President for the recognition of his outstanding work. The President has unleashed a diplomatic microburst against a former moral authority of the world and displays them to the extent of resulting in a black hole illusion, where the US is now managing diplomatic matters through radical neoliberalism, where tariffs have been weaponized. And I would like to support our Chief Whip that this country will not be bullied. The Premier's State of the Province address was candid. It was admirably honest and laid bare the progress and challenges that the Eastern Cape continues to face. The people of the Eastern Cape listened with anticipation because they understood that their Premier will give them granular details of what the development was to happen and has happened already in their own province. Ubaxelela abantu beliphondo uPremier into kokubana indlela zenziwe ngurhulumente wakhe. Xa usuka kwaMaqoma uqengeleke uyotshona kwaNojoli. Laa ndlela ingumtyibilizi yenziwe ngulo rhulumente. Xa usuka eAlvani uqengeleke uyotshona eElliot. Laa ndlela yenziwe ngulo rhulumente. uPremier uthe nendlela ezivuthiweyo abantu baseMthatha, abantu baseSilityiwa, abantu baseMabelentombi, zonke ezo ndlela zikwi-radar screen yokwenziwa ngulo rhulumente wakhe. Yintoni lesingayaziyo kuthiwa si-out of touch nayo? Robin Chase, an American transportation entrepreneur and the founder of Zipcar, a CEO of a renowned car rental company, as well as former board member of the World Economic Forum, had this to say: transportation is the center of the world. It is the glue of our daily lives. When it goes well, we don't see it. When it goes wrong, it immediately and negatively colors our day. It makes us feel angry and impotent and curtails our possibilities. Now that we're driving in some of the good roads that the Eastern Cape has ever had, we've forgotten where we come from, because the situation is better today. It is indeed true that we have now forgotten any of those challenges, because your government, Honorable Premier, has made us forget due to the comfort with which you are driving on your roads. Having implemented the Keynesian economics in driving economic infrastructure in our province, our economic indicators, whilst the agricultural sector has been struggling, job creation has one of the consistent indicators since 2019. Job creation has been growing. And indeed, familiarity with facts is very critical, it's of critical importance. When your government realized the risks of economic recession after the advent of COVID-19 and the impact this had on the resource envelope to fund our priorities, you directed, Honorable Premier, that the government must develop the Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan that included a thorough risk analysis. Premier, you said the PMTDP must respond to the following issues. You said the failure to educate the population to the level of becoming economically active is a risk. Lack of adequate primary health care and treatment facilities is a risk. Dysfunctional families, which were created by colonialism and apartheid, failure to sustainably deliver services, to collect revenue and maintain infrastructure. Governance failures, failure to capitalize on opportunities and mitigate threats of markets that are collapsing. Your apex priority has been to accelerate infrastructure development, both at provincial and local government spheres. The roads construction program through SANRAL and our own transport department has been a key catalyst for our GDP growth, which represented 2.1 in the previous quarters following the Western Cape and Gauteng. The plan you marshaled focused on economic arteries and has awakened the giant. The Eastern Cape is waking up to its responsibilities. And you have reversed the colonialist theory of spatial dislocation and perpetual poverty to the majority of the people of our province. This economic trajectory is a continuum, Honorable Premier, of a focused reversal of past iniquities that were deliberately, structurally, and consciously organized to keep black people as the underclass. It is your realization, Honorable Premier, that such class borders that led invariably to your radical rejection of a society where some regarded as subhuman, others, due to their orchestrated location, into economic oblivion. Premier, you indicated that SANRAL has allocated about 50 billion for more roads construction in the next 5 years, which included the R51, 58, 72, 75, and 410. We have witnessed
stability in the transport sector since the intervention you made, Honorable Premier and MEC Ngate, through direct interaction with the taxi industry. The signing of the historic peace agreement amongst those in the taxi industry through efforts of the MEC has brought relative stability, which we applaud and would like to sustain peaceful business amongst those in the taxi industry. Premier, you have worked hard to fix expenditure of infrastructure grants in local government. In the past 2 financial years, during the first 6 months of the local government financial year, your municipalities spent 61% of all grants that were allocated to them. During the first year of the introduction of the risk-adjusted strategy, and in January this year, 63% of their grants were spent. This is true, Honorable Premier, that you have made local government everybody's business. This government has accelerated the construction of more than 100 schools in the past 5 years, and this investment was a direct response to your risk analysis, Honorable Premier, because you said education would result in economic activity. The spin-off of this social infrastructure was the increase in bachelor passes.
Honorable
And
Williams,
percentage,
please note you have 2 minutes remaining.
through the target, thank you, Honorable Speaker, the recognition of Mr. Mchingizana as the best mathematics educator is a deep setback on the theory of Verwoerd. That black people must not study mathematics because they must remain laborers. The construction of hospitals and allocation of health mobile clinics has contributed to the increase of life expectancy in this province. And this is one issue you have raised as a risk, Honorable Premier. The Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan has identified 4 scenarios for 2040. One of the scenarios is that people will feel that they are just a number, since the government will be autocratic and taking own decisions. The people will regard themselves as the destitute in another scenario that we looked into. The third scenario, you said, the people will do it themselves because of hopelessness. But the last scenario, Honorable Premier, in your provincial development plan is the flourishers. And the flourishers indicate that the people of this province, because of economic development, they will have hope, and the future of their kids, they will understand that it will be taken care of. And with that, Honorable Premier, we say the state of the province represented our people as such. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable MEC. We now call upon Honorable Vena from the EFF. Honorable Vena is the leader. No, you will be timed according to my time. Honorable Vena is the leader of the EFF. Your 13 minutes starts now, Honorable Vena.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Allow me to send my revolutionary greetings to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the EFF, officials of the revolutionary movement, members of the EFF, izidlamlilo pha egalari from both Iwusu naseFort Hare, and all ground forces of across Africa and in the diaspora. We say to the President and Commander-in-Chief, inja ikhala umkhondo usekhona. Bafuna ukubiza ngonobubi wamazwe ngoba ushiye umkhondo. Kukho into eyenzekayo. Sisendleleni eyiyo, masiqhubeke nokukhusela nokwakha kwakhona umbutho of the dejected poor masses of our people. Before we engage in the debate, let us pause and acknowledge a tragedy that should shame this government in silence. Last week, on a Wednesday, a 13-year-old Inam Baisa and 14-year-old Tabisile Makibela from Flagstaff lost their lives while crossing a river from school. 2 young girls, full of promise, taken from their family, not by accident, not by misfortune, but by a government that has failed to build bridges, failed to provide safe transport, and failed to even acknowledge their tragic passing in the Premier's speech last Friday. Further, Speaker, the EFF mourns the 25 young boys who lost their lives during the last initiation school season. And it is a norm that abantwana bethu bazokuphulukana nobomi babo kuthi cwaka oko ingathi singabantu abathweleyo who sacrifices abantwana babo. Honorable Premier, the Premier stood before us and spoke for over an hour about his trips overseas, about so-called achievement, yet failed to acknowledge these 27 innocent lives, their families and loved ones. He painted a picture of progress, yet in 2025, our children are still drowning on their way to school, to and from school. We have seen numerous videos on social media of many more attempting to cross very dangerous rivers. As we approach the June season of initiation schools, in a very important custom, we are going to lose more lives because this government has no plan to curb these deaths and should hang its head in shame. What is most heartbreaking is that this is not the first time the Eastern Cape starts and ends its year with such strategies. And when the MEC of Kokta is given an opportunity to come and stand here in this podium, he becomes imbongi. Whereas yourself, Speaker, you have invited 3 talented and skilled young people bazobonga apha last week. Mandikuxelele Diya, uzingela ngezinja ezinobhula. Year after year, Speaker, the real state of the province keeps writing itself in the plight of our young people. Children crossing dangerous rivers, initiates losing lives, families without water, hospitals are collapsing, businesses shutting down, and community being riddled by crime. Year after year, the Premier comes here and reads us a fantasy novel of promises that will never be fulfilled, and tell us about international funders as if we will all be hoodwinked. Let us take this moment and separate facts from fiction. Madam Speaker, the President of the Republic of South Africa a few weeks ago delivered a State of the Nation address as if it was his first day or first term of office. Unfortunately, our Premier in the Eastern Cape has followed in his footsteps. He presented his 6th State of the Province address as if he is only beginning his work and ignoring the failures of the past 5 years. In 2020, the Premier declared the next 5 years will be the era of job creation and socio-economic development in honor of Omrei, Obawo Raymond Mhlaba, of which this chamber is named after him. At the time, just over 1.2 million people were unemployed in the Eastern Cape. Today, that number has risen to over 1.4 million. Instead of the era of jobs creation, we have witnessed an era of deepening poverty. We were promised 14 new factories in SEZ, which is Special Economic Zones. We are every year told of private sector investment that will bring jobs. The youth in Duncan Village, Mtanzane, Masphumelele, informal settlement, Ipai, and Motherwell believed you. Today, they remain jobless. Omre is turning in his grave. No amount of name dropping can change the reality of unemployment that haunts this province. In 2021, the Premier promised bulk water infrastructure project in honor of Mama Uchalet Maqek. He spoke of Umzimvubu, multi-purpose water project, and various other bulk water systems initiatives across the province. Every year after that, today, the people of Njele village, Maushen, Maso Chengni, Mantokozeni, near Coffee Bay, have no access to clean water. They are forced to drink the same water as animals. How can a government that claims to care about its people justify this? More appalling is that the Premier continued with his usual name dropping and dry jokes and did not give any practical steps on how to address the worsening water crisis in this province. Townships like Makanda have not had reliable water for years. Inokum Kijima for months. And now Buffalo City experiences frequent water cuts. Yet it rains here almost every other day. There is also a case of a complete dam in Koman, where over 650 million was used, but it is not servicing anyone. This is to show there is no water crisis in this province, just sheer mismanagement and government's inability to maintain infrastructure. The Premier is failing to properly address this, shows just how little urgency there is in fixing a crisis that affects homes, hospitals, and businesses. In 2021, the Premier promised to establish this school, which is a veterinary science school in Fort Hare. He said it last week that it has been now signed. We are going to monitor if it is indeed ikhiqiza abantwana abazoncedisana amafama ethu. In 2020, the Premier has been speaking of accelerating housing project. Yet, here we are, another year later. Some houses project have not commenced. Some remain incomplete, and some, upon completion, have been given to wrong people who are friends with some of you sitting here. The Eastern Cape has the highest. The Eastern Cape has the highest housing backlog, and the SOPA did a huge injustice in not addressing this pressing matter. The Premier did not address on how his government is equipping vulnerable communities on best protect themselves from the consequences of extreme weather condition. Our people are always left to defend themselves against floods and field fires and snowfalls. Some have been waiting for temporal highs since 2022. It was quite concerning, Speaker,
Honourable
to
Vena,
witness the
Honourable Vena,
Premier.
you have 2 minutes remaining.
Honourable Speaker, I rise and rule 80. You see, that's the problem, Honourable Speaker. You can't even hear me because the members of the ANC are drowning out you and the Speaker. We cannot hear the Speaker because he's been drowned out and disrespected. No, I have a right to raise the point. We must protect our members here, all of them. We did not drown you out when they were speaking, Honourable Speaker. Let us respect one another in this House, please.
Honorable Speaker, just last week,
Your mic is off, Speaker. Is it on now? Thank you so much. That we do allow heckling, and you will indicate that would have noticed that I have requested members to at least lower their voices. When the heckling becomes out of order, I, as the Speaker, will intervene, as I have done previously. Thank you so much.
without
Over to
wasting
you.
time, Honorable Speaker, just last week, the Eastern Cape was declared a hotspot for rape and murder by the South African Police Services. Yet, this grave concern received no mention in the Premier's speech. This oversight is systematic. It's systematic because his government fears criminals. It took our king to name and shame among the people. It was his name that they have a cozy relationship with criminals. That is why criminals are treated with kid gloves. And we salute the king for taking a stand. Now we see a different person who has balls to stand here and say, this is what is happening in our province. We are the police must kill the criminals. We salute the king for awakening the sleeping lion in him. The EFF will not stand by while this province continues to collapse. We are in the year of picket lines. If this government continues to fail and the people will take the street to demand what is rightfully theirs, and when the people of this province finally rise up and remove them from power, we will be there to build a province that works for the people. Amanda.
Thank you so much. We now call upon Honorable Kruger from the DA. Honorable Kruger, your 8 minutes starts now. Honorable members, before you start, Honorable Kruger, honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, when I call you to order, please be disciplined enough to adhere to that order. During Honorable Vena's debate, I had to quiet you on 3 occasions. I have said from the start, heckling is fine, but you can't douse out the voice of the honorable member at the presidium. Please, let's allow the discipline to follow, because at least I should hear as well as the other members in that respect. You may proceed, Honorable Kruger. Your 8 minutes will start now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, Honourable Premier, members of the Legislature, and our guests. Speaker, last month, Gulam Talat was yanked from his business in Corsten at gunpoint by 4 armed men and forced into a vehicle. Not long after, Bertie Williams, the owner of a scrap metal business in Sidwell, was snatched at gunpoint and driven away. 2 weeks ago, Ibrahim Musa was abducted from his business premises in Kariga at gunpoint. In Coffee Bay, Dwayne and Nikki were attacked in their homes. 2 days later, Tony and Jean were robbed in their home. Tony was shot twice in the leg. His wife, Jean, was beaten over the head with a gun. These are some of the examples of the lived reality of the people of our province. Our province is at war, Honourable Speaker, not against a foreign enemy, but against brazen criminals who prey on the people of this province. And right now, we are losing. The people who are meant to protect us, the police, are being sent to the front lines, unequipped, undertrained, and severely outnumbered. Communities are under siege. Businesses are being bled dry, and families are living in fear. Yet this government sits watching crime spiral out of control. We are told they are deploying resources. We are told they are taking action. But tell that to the families who live in terror. Tell that to the business owners who are forced to pay more for security than staff salaries just to keep their doors open. This government should be ashamed. Honourable Speaker, while the Premier's address has highlighted a series of initiatives aimed at improving the province, it is imperative to assess whether these plans actually align to the stark reality of crime faced by our communities, and whether they are in fact moving the needle against crime. Speaker, we need to acknowledge that crime is not just law and order. It is an economic crisis. It is choking businesses, it is killing jobs, and is driving investment away from our province. Whether in Nelson Mandela Bay, Buffalo City, and the rural towns of the Eastern Cape, every business, large or small, feels the weight of rising crime. And that weight grows heavier every single day. Honourable Speaker, there is a saying, nothing stops a bullet like a job. Yet crime is making it harder and harder for people to create jobs, to build businesses, or even go to work without fear of being robbed, hijacked, or attacked. We know that a secure environment is a prerequisite for economic growth and job creation. The Premier's address, unfortunately, failed to recognize the dire need to invest in sustainable solutions to tackle the root causes of crime and violence in our province. How can we expect to grow the economy and create jobs when communities live in constant fear for their safety? How can we encourage investment in our province when businesses are targeted by criminals and forced to shut their doors? Honourable Speaker, according to the Court of War Crime statistics, the Eastern Cape has experienced a worrying rise in violent crimes, with an increase in murder rates, aggravated robbery, and hijackings, particularly in urban areas. Honourable Speaker, you are more likely to be murdered in the Eastern Cape than anywhere else in South Africa. The stats do not lie. Yet despite these sobering statistics, the Premier has presented a plan based primarily on short-term solutions and reactive measures, such as the deployment of supposed additional police forces and the establishment of crime hotspots teams. While such efforts are undoubtedly important, they fail to address the long-term structural issues that fuel crime in the first place. These solutions fail to change the lived experiences of the people of Lusikisiki and Mthatha, with high numbers of murder, rape, and robbery. These solutions fail to change the lived experience of the people of KwaZakele, New Brighton, KwaNobuhle, and Mdantsane, which remain some of the worst crime hotspots in the country. Our police are outmatched. They are understaffed, undertrained, and simply overwhelmed. Throwing more police officers into the mix without the proper resources, training, and intelligence is sending unarmed soldiers onto the battlefield. Where is the long-term plan? Honourable Speaker, the DA recognizes that crime and safety are amongst the greatest challenges facing our province, and we believe that there is hope if we adopt a bold and comprehensive approach to crime prevention. We call on the Premier to immediately prioritize the following 4 measures. Firstly, increased policing and resources, real investments in training, professionalization, and better equipment for our police officers. Secondly, community-based crime prevention programs.
Honourable Member, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Establishing localized prevention task forces involving our community leaders, civil society, and empowering our communities to lead in creating safer neighborhoods. Thirdly, investing in job creation and education, supporting initiatives to create more vocational training programs, apprenticeship schemes, and support for our small businesses. And fourthly, support for the victims of crime, ensuring that those who are affected by crime receive necessary psychological, social, and financial support. This must include a provincial strategy to protect vulnerable groups such as women, children, and the elderly. Honourable Speaker, the Premier's speech may have promised a focus on combating crime, but in light of the latest crime statistics, we cannot afford to ignore the growing epidemic of violence that is crippling our economy and destroying the lives of those in the Eastern Cape. If we genuinely want to create jobs and grow our economy, we must create safe spaces for people to live and to work. The DA stands ready to work with the Premier to develop a plan addressing the root causes of crime, ensuring our communities are safe and secure. We believe that focusing on prevention, job creation, and better policing, we can build a brighter, safer, and more prosperous future for the people of the Eastern Cape, who deserve hope and a meaningful life of dignity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kruger. We now call upon Honorable Khune. Honorable Khune is also a portfolio committee chairperson representing the ANC. Honorable Khune, your 15 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the executive, members of this House, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, Molweni. Honorable Premier, your State of the Province address was on point and exceptional to an extent that it has caused to some of the opposition parties to suffer to a condition best described as cognitive dissonance. This condition, Madam Speaker, presents itself when people hold a core belief that is very strong. When they are presented with information and facts that works against this belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It creates to them a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable.
Honourable Speaker.
This is now leading to individuals to rationalize their inconsistencies rather than change
Honourable
their
Speaker.
stance. When DA and EFF...
Just hold on, Honorable Khune. Yes, Honorable Kasim, what rule are you rising on?
I would like to ask if the Honourable Khune would be willing to take a question on why he's telling us his diagnosis. Is he willing to take a question, Honourable Speaker? We would like to ask the question.
Honorable Khune, are you willing to take a question?
No,
Thank
Honorable
you. He's
Speaker.
not, you may be seated, Honorable Kasim.
When the DA and EFF stands here and claim nothing has happened in the Eastern Cape, despite clear evidence in the development in sectors such as oceans economy, automotive industry, township and rural economy development, they are clearly exhibiting these signs of cognitive dissonance. The ideological opposition, excuse the pun, there is nothing ideologically left in the EFF since the departure of two certain gentlemen. They packed and left with all ideological content, leaving a very shy and a timid EFF. In short, Honorable Speaker, the rejection of the progress in the Eastern Cape is not about the truth, but about shaping a political narrative in their favor, what Gramsci would call a battle for hegemony. Honorable Speaker, I'm surprised Honorable May is still in this August House. I would have thought by now he would have been a refugee in America, unless he has learned that go to Vulus Chengichane. And I repeat, the apartheid enforcers and apologists have no moral conviction to lecture us about democracy. However, Honorable Speaker, I'm surprisingly pleased to see that Honorable Ngobo is still a member of this House. Because in that fake mkhonto of his, kusensimini yemfene, uwabambe yakhe, ulali lulungu uvuka ulungisiwe. All democratic processes are forbidden in their constitution, and that's what should be expected from constitutional delinquents and bunch of fugitives from justice. Honorable Speaker, the provincial experience has been such that unemployment has been decreasing. And this is evidenced by the fact that under the leadership of Premier Mabuyane, between 2019 and 2024, this province created approximately 246,000 jobs that are permanent. In the economy combined, injected an investment of 173 billion. And this is further evidence in the third quarter, the sources quarterly labor survey, this province created 83,000 jobs. In the fourth quarter of 2024, the 20,000 is people. Those are the decrease of the number of unemployed people in the Eastern Cape, Ngabantu, human beings that in this province Premier was referring to. And therefore, the unemployment rate in this province has been constantly in the decline, particularly post-COVID when the Premier took over. However, those who spread lies to end refugee status in America would want their counterparts to believe that nothing is happening in Eastern Cape, and therefore and in that regard, they will conveniently conceal that the facts of unemployment, even in the Western Cape, got worse under the DA administration. When ANC left in Western Cape in 2008, the narrow unemployment was 16.9. Under the DA, even before the COVID era, it has worsened to about 19.5, even in 2018, and that has consistently been the case. But much more startlingly in Western Cape, is that unemployment is a racial dimensioning, more pronounced on Africans and colored people. Facts are, in 2008, narrow unemployment for Africans was 25.9. By 2024, it has grown to staggering 36.7, meaning under the DA misrule, the life for Africans have deteriorated by 10%. For coloreds in 2008, the unemployment was at 17.9, and in 2024, it's massive 20.4, meaning life has worsened by 6.1%. Conveniently, for white people, the variance is only 2.8 for what the ANC left and the misrule you have. When you speak about ANC in 2008, there was servicing 34,157 housing units in 2008 alone, and under DA, it monumentally dropped to 11,000 per year. By 2003, the housing backlog in the Western Cape was 618, 755, and this is only getting worse. ANC there in this administration was building 16,000 units per year. Now DA only builds about 6,000. The loud fact is the DA-led coalition in the Western Cape, it has worsened the condition for African and colored people. But however, Honorable Premier, we must articulate the fact that here in Eastern Cape, boasting with 800-kilometer coastline ocean, the ocean's economy is one of the province's growth frontiers. The province is undertaking significant economic infrastructure development as a bedrock for unlocking ocean's economy, as pronounced by the Honorable Premier. The development initiatives in Port of Ngquga and Port of East London have been completed with 2 ongoing projects in East London. The investment in the Port of Ngquga alone amounts to 334 million with 349 total jobs created. Madam Speaker, it is pleasing that the offshore bunkering industry ship-to-ship operations resumed at Algoa Bay on 29 January after a long delay. This year marks the year of implementation of the Eastern Cape Integrated Aquaculture and Fisheries Industry. The province used this strategy to consolidate and harness different initiatives implemented by all stakeholders. The engagement became positive, as the Premier announced when he secured the $500 through proper funding. On the marine and coastal tourism, the infrastructure development and nature reserve facilities has a capex value of 28 million and created 50 jobs. The infrastructure development at selected beaches has a capex value of more than 6.2 million. These infrastructure developments will unlock the economic value added contribution of the marine and coastal tourism subsector. As the ANC, we are thrilled that the Port St. John Small Harbour is proclaimed to a fishing harbour in the Eastern Cape, and the same for Hamburg and Mbizana Small Harbours. This is an exciting opportunity for the province aiming to boost regional economic development, enhance infrastructure, and provide opportunities for local economies in the fishing, in tourism, in maritime economy, and also, much importantly, promoting skills. In the automotive industry, Honorable Speaker, this remains the backbone of this province economy, as hosts about 7 OEMs. This sector is a demonstration that Eastern Cape is a force to be reckoned with as investors are validating the progress and stability of Eastern Cape government by investing their money in this province, demonstrating investor confidence on the work that the executive and honorable premier is doing. As we speak now, more than 46% of cars on the roads of South Africa are manufactured and assembled here in the province. Demonstrating resilience of this province, more than 54% of such cars are exported through our provincial ports. We host the largest number of component supply in the country, which also have their own components exported. This industry employs more than 54,000 people and therefore replica effect on the number of people in their families that they take care of. This development proved that the Eastern Cape is well positioned as a leader in automotive sector and the future looks bright. Stellantis already had committed the 3 billion that we know about, and that work commences from this year. VW is putting additional 4 billion and already pronounced that polos are now only manufactured here. This province is also positioning itself appropriately as the province of the future, as the world is gravitating towards electronic vehicles. And this is evidenced by the 11.4 billion private sector investment to establish 29 new electric vehicle charging stations over the next 5 years, adding the 13 government-funded stations. The signing of collaboration agreement between East London ITZ, IDC, Eastern Cape, Chinese investors to boost EV manufacturing in the province bears testimony that Eastern Cape is indeed the province of the future. 200 million investment by FAW automotive plant and the high-speed rail projects are signs that Eastern Cape is becoming a key player in the broader economic transformation of this province. And it is critical, therefore, that to remain competitive, the provincial government is accelerating policy position on electric vehicles. The global shift towards EVs present challenges and opportunities, and the province were better positioned to take full advantage of this development. Much interesting with the automotive industry is a commitment by government that SMMEs in the aftermarket service, commonly known as bush mechanics, because they were denied access to markets, denied access to finance and credit. Now government is supporting them to meet the appropriate standard and service the government fleet. This step will massively overhaul the automotive industry in the Eastern Cape. Honorable Premier, all these social and economic infrastructure projects that government is doing, be it on roads, be it on broadband, be it on water, be it on houses, office precinct, and so forth, all of them unlock the potential of rural and township economies that will integrate it into develop these parts of the world. To this end, government has also introduced several support programs, the small town and rural entrepreneurship support programs, LRED program, and therefore, Honorable Premier, as African National Congress, we note with appreciation the work that is done by Small Business Enterprise Ministry to establish funding model for our spaza shops. We also much acknowledge the work that has been done to regulate, to register the spaza shop so that we curtail selling of illicit and expired and counterfeit goods in our spaza shop in the province. In conclusion, therefore, Honorable Speaker, the investment in the oceans economy, in automotive economy, on township economy bears testimony that the ANC-led government is committed to build the Eastern Cape that thrives, and therefore we must continue to work together and collectively in advancing this vision to grow our economy, to create jobs, and ensure that there is social justice. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Khune. Thank you, honorable members. We call upon Honorable Geller from the UDM. He is the leader of the UDM in the legislature. Honorable Geller, your 7 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, EXCO members, honorable members, government officials, the UDM welcomes the State of the Province address by the Honorable Premier.
Honorable Geller, will you just raise the voice?
The UDM welcomes the State of the Provincial address by the Honorable Premier, having noted the roadmap of the 7th administration, its 3 focus areas, interrelated strategies. We will monitor the implementation thereof. The UDM commends the work done by the MEC for Education, Honorable Gade and his team. Siyabulela Mhlekazi. and siyathemba kubana abantwana kwabantwana kwabapasa grade 12 abangazusebe abazofuna imisebenzi kwi-private sector badibane no business abangana msebenzi ngenxa yengxaki ezininzi abanye i-crime nento ezininzi kodwa ke masibathembana bazo ifumana imisebenzi. We welcome the employment targets and hope that it will be achieved. We will support any activity or program that will improve the lives of many previously disadvantaged communities. The employment opportunities must not only focus on temporary workers. Ibaninzi ke lento bana kubalwe into ye-extended public works kuthiwa baqatshiwe abantu. Hayi, umuntu owenza into employment ye-3 months akaqeshwanga, i-temporary. Lo ibhatala ngemini bana mayihlamba ivasi. Sithetha ngemisebenzi apho umuntu azosebenza atsalelwe ipension. So siyathemba kubana koba njalo. We note and support the development of small business and hope the government can go a step further, ensuring more financial assistance with skills development so that they can grow in future and create jobs. Akuncedi ugcina umuntu iminyaka eyi-10 usithi uya small business umane unantsika umnika imali. We need abantu abazoqatsha abantu ususikade eziko abantu bethu bayahlupheka. So ufuneka sibancedise ubana bazimele baqeshe abantu kuthiwa zi-small businesses. Intsango igolide yamampondo asixoka igolide yamampondo kwakudala sikhula intsango ithengwe emampondo kodwa ke into esiyicelayo kuni ubana amampondo must be involved kwinto yentsango ekutyaleni ekuyithengiseni. They must fully be involved. Islogan sithi nothing for the people without the people. Please practice that. Niwa involved nibe ne-office ebacaciselayo ubana kwenziwani ngentsango. Siyanicela abantu bakuthi. The UDM is concerned about the drainage system and lack of infrastructure in small towns. Ezidorobhu zincane, ubana uya kwezidorobhu zincane, uyofumana bana siyaphuphuma ngamanzi. Go to Port St. John's. Port St. John's nakunethayo iba semanzini ivenkile yonke. Siyacela MEC kwi-budget speech yakho at least noba uthetha water affairs ezidorobhu zincedweni kufakwe proper drainage kulungiswe nendlela. Now kwinto ye-tourist bantu bakuthi ninayo nina abantu bombutho omkhulu ndicinga ubana ii-tourist zisebhayi kuphela. Hayi kanudlala kukho Mazeba Bay kukho Mbotyi kanti ke nidevelop ezi tourist destinations incane because zinokwazi ucreate imisebenzi. Siyanicela nilungise nendlela ezina eziya kwezi resort zincane. Yekani usoke nijonge ngapha phethe ngani ke nijonge kweli cala. Jonge iPort St. John's. Kubano ye-Port St. John's because of high crime rate nendlela ezingasebenziyo nale meko bendiyibeka. So please develop these small towns enzela bana kuqatshwe imisebenzi abantu mafako amampondo akuweni. The progress in Mzimvubu Dam is noted after 20 years kuthethwa ngumzimvubu. At least ke ngoku nakukho i-progress.
Honorable Geller, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Uprima uthethe ngeethepha ezomileyo. Besicela ke Premier sephithi ubana kekho nimxelele. Siyacela ubana the 5th administration i-SOP yathatha i-resolution bana makuphandwe imali yamanzi eyatyiwa e-OR Tambo. La report ikuye. Please makayiphande lo moya. Okwesibini, ekho i-resolution yesibini also on the 5th administration ye-SOP ubana makuphandwe imali zabasebenzi baka-TRTC ezikwi-private companies. Please abantu bayafa imali zabo bengazifumani ipension zabo. Kanincedeni abantu comrade. Inkosi.
Thank you, Honorable Geller. We call upon Honorable Mampofu. Honorable Mampofu represents the ATM. in the legislature. Your 15 minutes starts here, Honorable Member.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Deputy Speaker, members of the Provincial Legislature, Abantwana begazi, House of Traditional Leaders, religious fraternity, leaders of political parties, our distinguished guests present here this afternoon, nabo bonke abaphulaphuli emakhaya, nakumakhasi ezonxibelelwano. In the interest of time, ndivumeleni ndithi nqanga nentsiba zayo. Honorable Premier, the African Transformation Movement, ATM, acknowledges your recent State of Province address, which outlined various government initiatives for the Eastern Cape. While we recognize these efforts, we must emphasize that they cannot obscure the deeper crises affecting our country and communities. The announcement of 8 billion highway and the construction of key bridges is noteworthy. However, initiatives to do little to alleviate rampant crimes, poverty, and unemployment. The plague our residents, many families still grapple with inadequate housing and basic service. Honorable Premier, inyaniso ithi uninzi labemi bephondo ikati isalele eziko. Imisebenzi ayikho, ingakumbi emakhaya ezilalini. Xa uthetha ngokuvula amathuba emisebenzi, ugxila kwiidolophu ezinkulu, nalapho asiqiniseki ngepesenti labantu abantsundu abaxhamlayo kwezi nzame uzikhankanyileyo. While the allocation of 4.3 billion for 26,000 homes over 5 years is commendable, it is insufficient when so many are still without proper shelter. The ongoing road infrastructure challenges from Nyanga to Mtata highlight the urgent need for improved service delivery. Although 35 bridges, including those at Melisizwe, are planned, many regions still lack essential infrastructure as unspent budgets return to the national treasury. Inhlungu ke leyo kujikiswa kwemali inkonzo zidingeka ebantwini. And this is very common in most departments. Honorable Premier, crime statistics in the Eastern Cape are alarming, including 6,883 reported rape cases, and the highest murder rate in the country, which is at 17.6% in just 6 months. Phofu ke Premier, akumelanga isothuse le meko. Kaloku abantu xa bengamakhoboka enhlupheko, ubuntu buyaphela, kwande ubulwanyana nobundlobongela. Violent crime has claimed 2,323 lives, creating a pervasive climate of fear. The surge in child-related crimes and the rising frequency of car hijackings and truck hijackings demand immediate attention. The poverty rate remains distressingly high, with a considerable portion of the population living below poverty lines. The youth unemployment rate stands at 53.2%, indicating systematic failures in providing job opportunities. Mongameli we-ATM Mntaka kaZungula kudala eninika amacebiso kula National Parliament malunga nalo mcimbi yokunqongophala kwamathuba emisebenzi. Cha ke ndonqena ukuthi animva. Mhlawumbi nisawunambitha lo mcimbi. Ake sibe sibeka kanjalo. My president has been long advocating for the ring-fencing of microeconomy for local residents. First, ubutyebi belilizwe buphuma nezizwe day in and day out. Bashiyeke abantu balapha bengenanto. Sithi ke apha esintwini bethe cha izisini. Buye mkubutyebi. Because ayihoywanga lento bekumele bayenziwa. Ngurhulumente okufanele abeke imithetho eza kukhusela abantu bakhe, or else this will evoke black on black violence. I've always making mention of this statement because I know this was well orchestrated, as my fellow MEC has alluded to it. What we are fighting against have been planned for so many years. And if we are not serious when we are facing it, we're going to lose the battle. Urhulumente okufanele abeke imithetho eza kukhusela abantu bakhe, or else this will evoke black on black violence. Engenza kuthiwe South Africans are xenophobic. While that is not true, we are a loving and a caring nation. Hasidinga urhulumente oza kusikhusela. Mhlonishwa uDiya Pejula Mndungwane. Xa ndithetha ngolu hlobo ndizama ukuthetha in a very persuasive manner, so that you understand that we are here to build, not to destroy. Because that is the main objective of the ATM. Promises of consequence management must translate into accountability to ensure effective use of public resources. The ATM is also deeply concerned that the Premier did not adequately deal with the recent report by the South African Human Rights Commission, which reveals that over 400 schools in the Eastern Cape still rely on unsafe pit toilets. That is a fact. This is a violation of children's basic rights and reflects severe governmental neglect. Immediate action is required from the Department of Basic Education to rectify this through the Sanitation Appropriate for Education program. We insist that all educational facilities comply with the minimum uniform norms and standards for school infrastructure to protect children's dignity and safety. That is an advice. ATM calls for the recognition and inclusion of traditional leadership in decision-making processes. We are not just saying this for the sake of saying it, because we know most of the people living in this province are living in that sector where the traditional leaders are leading. Their involvement is vital for understanding community needs and fostering development. Ndibuhlungu ke Premier ngemeko yekumkani nenkosi zezwe lakwethu ezilahlekelwe sisidima imihla nezolo kuba zibekwe bucala zona. Lo urhulumente impazamo endicinga into yoba kufuneke ayivumile kukuba wenza ooceba babe bakhulu kunenkosi. That is the truth. Not ngentetho, but ngezenzo. If you continue to neglect traditional leaders on decision making, you are just killing the nation. Njengoba bekwa mention my honorable MEC, aba bantu sifeyisene nabo bafike apha sizidlalele ngoxolo. Siphansi kolawulo lwenkosi zethu. Izinto zonke zilungiswa kakuhle ngoxolo ekuhlaleni. Kumhla kwafika bona kuze sibe kule meko. Yiyo ke loo nto undiva ndithi masiyiqwalasele le nto yokucekelwa phantsi kobukhosi bethu. Because in a way, singacinga intoba thina siqhubela phambili kanti sincedisana nentshaba zethu. Unaware. Honorable Premier, we commend your significant strides on healthcare program, especially the construction of and the rehabilitation of healthcare facilities. Ndikuvile xa usithi nathi pha emampondweni usijongile uzosakhela isibhedlela saseGreenville, upgraded at an investment value of 441 million in 2 phases. Kodwa ke mhlonishwa, qaphela lento. U-R61 osuka eMbizana ukuya eGreenville utshone phantsi ezingolweni unendlela embi ngohlobo olumangalisayo, very bad gravel road connecting Greenville Hospital and izingolweni. Imbi indlela. Yithi ke usakha isibhedlela eso ube ulungisa nendlela
Honorable members,
iyobalilize ukwakha isibhedlela sikanokusho ekungekho lula ukufikelela kuso. Izithembiso zakho zininzi futhi ziyancomeka Premier, kodwa sibambe amazinyo uba kazizophumela kwisini na. Kuba apha sibethwa kuba isizwe sesihleli kakhulu ekubambeleni ethembeni. You promise more and deliver less. This is a known fact. Your procurement processes need to be revisited. You issue contracts to more than one company before one project is completed, or even commonly leave it
Honorable
incomplete.
Mampufu, you only have 2 minutes.
Yintoni
remaining.
leyenza nisoloko niqasha abantu abangawaziyo umsebenzi wabo? Nichitha izimali kuthiwa ezikuthiwa azikho. Azigqitywa yiyona lento kanye ezimali nithi azikho? That's a question. Furthermore, Honorable Premier, as the ATM, we have long been advocating for agricultural reforms and agro-processing as the key drivers of economic growth. By investing in these sectors, we can create jobs and bolster up the province economy. We state this because there is that land which belongs to Amakosi, where most of the poorest citizens reside, that needs development, which can alleviate poverty through subsistence farming. A good example we can learn from it is just here in West Africa, Burkina Faso, where they did effectively during the reign of Thomas Sankara, more than 60 years ago, because he had a political will to drastically change the situation of his country rather than making citizens rely on grants for survival. In summary, my Honorable Speaker, while Premier's address presented several initiatives, the ATM still believes a genuine commitment to addressing Eastern Cape socio-economic issues is paramount. We urge, therefore, the government to prioritize the well-being of its citizens and collaborate with all stakeholders to create a meaningful change. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Siyabulela. Re a leboha.
Thank
Ons
you,
bedank.
Nkosi. Thank you, Honorable Mampofu. We now call upon Honorable Mogatosi from the DA. Honorable Member, your 8 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, members of the Provincial Legislature, Dumelang. Ningamaxoki. Akutsho mna, ngamazwi ke atatu Mathiso and others, we had a meeting with 200 members of the communities eNgcoga izolo. Landawo ke premier wakhe waya kuyo before elections and promised to come back within a month. Basanlindile nangoku. You are not the only one who tied themselves to a deadline. Mayor Sizani has also not gone back or responded to them. The road to R61 to Ejojweni is a mere 35 kilometers kusuka kula kona ka Joe and takes you more than an hour to travel. 35 kilometers, but more than an hour to travel between in that road. At the end of the road are green and lush valleys and the fertile lands, remnants of the facilities and scant memories of fresh produce that used to leave these villages and used to nourish us all. This all, unfortunately, is what the community holds on to. All these are but a memory because the ANC government in the Eastern Cape has focused on lining their pockets instead of building and maintaining infrastructure for communities. The will of the people is still there, but abantu baseNgcoga have been left behind by the ANC government like everywhere else in the province. The Eastern Cape is buckling under the cost of living crisis in a province where nearly 1 in every 2 people is unemployed, with many that have lost hope to ever find any job. It is heartbreaking to hear many people say these roads and the life used to be better under Matanzima because Besija, Sihlute, and our children used to work. It is not something that you haven't heard. That is if you still go back to those communities outside campaign time. It is heartbreaking to hear people miss Bantustans because of neglect of infrastructure that has bred growing joblessness, hunger, and hopelessness. It is not nostalgia of the past. It is loss of hope on the present government. Without any economic growth, there will be no jobs. Without jobs, there will be no future. The roads of the Eastern Cape are more than just transport routes. They are lifelines for communities, connecting people to education, healthcare, and economic opportunities. Yet only 9% of the roads are paved, far below the national average of 25%, and government has neglected the rural areas, and the villagers oftentimes feel neglected. The current funding levels, no major roads will be upgraded until 2024, Honorable Speaker. Forcing emergency services to battle impassable roads, school children to walk dangerous distances, and businesses to suffer devastating losses if they don't close. This is not just bad governance. It is violation of basic human rights that actively harms lives and livelihoods. The DA refuses to accept this failure. This is why we launched Indlela Ubomi, a platform for residents to document road failures, demand urgent repairs, and hold government accountable. This is more than just a campaign. It is a fight for dignity, economic survival, and the right to safe, reliable infrastructure. The Eastern Cape cannot wait until 2024, Honorable Speaker, for our roads to be built. Honorable Speaker, you must read the reports. Honorable Speaker, how many dams have been built since 1994 in the Eastern Cape? How many irrigation schemes that we inherited are still functional? How many new ones have we commissioned? These are the arteries of the agricultural economy in the rural areas. The vast arable land in the Eastern Cape is our gold. It is our platinum. It is what we are supposed to be using to create jobs and improve the quality of life. We hope, just following on Honorable Gaila was saying, we hope that agro-processing of cannabis is going to remain Emampondweni. We had the Premier somehow mentioning other places. I was in Flagstaff on Sunday. We arrived 10 minutes after 12 o'clock, just after load shedding. It takes about 2 hours for the network to be restored. That means at stage 6, residents are without network connection for 6 hours, which is a reality for many people across the province. Yet the Premier did not even bother to tell us about the broadband project that is in his office. Yet you claim to be reflecting on the state of the province. Connectivity can increase demand for goods and services by improving market access and information. Honorable Anil Kumar will agree with us. For 4 hours, we could not reach Indwendwe guest house in Flagstaff because they were cut out of the world during their load shedding. This can result in booking cancellations, drop in tourism, and loss of jobs. Honorable Premier in absentia, through you, Honorable Speaker, in your reply to this House, please address the issue of broadband connectivity. Honorable Speaker, the beautiful Coffee Bay villages are still waiting for your government to finish the road infrastructure projects that we had promised. Honorable Khune, in his report last year, mentioned that billions of booking cancellations due to poor infrastructure directly threaten tourism market, particularly in the coastal villages, which the villagers have created themselves. From Hamburg through Eastern Cape and all the way to Mzamba Beach, these places are in desperate need for
Honourable
access.
Member, you have 2 minutes.
All we're asking for is for government to create an enabling environment for businesses to thrive. Fountain Secondary School does not have a principal, not because Honorable Gade and his team did not do interviews, because the best performing interviewee did not want to take that post because of the bad road area in Ngoga. That road that Honorable Premier was on last year and has not gone back to it. If we want young people to have a future, they need access to quality education and drivable roads infrastructure. Without these, the next generation will be locked out of jobs and the market before they even start. The severe deterioration of our roads infrastructure province following the findings of the South African Human Rights Commission report confirms what the residents have known for years. The province's state of the road is in collapse. Madam Speaker, I've said this before, funding levels without any will result with no major upgrade until 2024. The Premier stands here and claims empty victories for the work done by the national government under Sanral. How arrogant and out of touch must you be to claim others' work? Honorable Khune, there is a concept called Dunning-Kruger. One of the stages is unconscious incompetence, when you don't know what you don't know. You are talking about jobs in the Eastern Cape. Koga municipality proves that strong governance, infrastructure development, public-private partnerships create an investment-friendly environment that benefits businesses and communities alike. The people of the Eastern Cape, just like Basen Ngoga, deserve more than survival. They deserve jobs, dignity, the opportunity to build their future. Honorable Premier Ulindiwe Ngoga, and I'm sure that Honorable Vimbayo will be happy with what I'm advocating for, because this exactly benefit the people of Ngoga where she comes from. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mokhatosi. Honorable members, we call upon Honorable Lusiti. Honorable Lusiti is the MEC responsible for the Department of Public Works Infrastructure as well as the Department of Human Settlement. Representing the ANC, she has got 15 minutes, which starts now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Honorable Mkhatotse as I agree to you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Premier. You don't know what you don't know. When you don't know that Sanral is here because of this provincial government. But we will teach you. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the DG, HODs, let me extend my warmest greetings to all present in this august house, students of Forte and all other guests in the gallery. On the 21st of February, Honorable Speaker, the Premier presented to the people of the province a clear strategic roadmap for building a prosperous future. And therefore, the expectation for us in this debate is to contribute meaningfully to that vision, offering insights that are rooted in the lived realities of our people, rather than empty rhetoric. Indeed, I agree with Honorable Khune that the honorable members of the opposition stubbornly refuse to acknowledge the truth as presented by the Premier and the tangible progress that has unfolded before their very eyes. Kodwa-ke, we understand their frustration because the development and the transformative agenda we are driving is far beyond their grasp. As it is evident in the politically and ideologically wimbling attempt by the peacetime fighters' response to the State of the Province address, which was devoid of any political or scientific analysis. Honorable Speaker, as public representatives, we have a duty to engage critically with the state of the province, ensuring that our focus remains on improving the lives of our people rather than indulging in ideological posturing and political theatrics. We are here to serve with diligence, accountability, and integrity. As the honorable members, including those who oppose the transformation agenda, we must do more than just simply blowing hot air. We must engage with facts, truth, and provide credible alternatives. And that is the honorable thing to do. Unfortunately, as expected, speakers from the opposition benches have contributed nothing but attempts to discredit the Premier's address, demonstrating a lack of fundamental understanding of the realities of our people and failing to offer any viable solutions. And that is certainly not an honorable thing to do. Honorable Speaker, it does seem that the years of racial segregation and the self-imposed rule of the illegitimate apartheid regime seems to have left serious damage in the minds of those who were beneficiaries, as evident by those who believe that it is only them that can deliver the supposedly real state of the province. In their attempt to fabricate an unauthorized and imaginary SOPA, they are merely playing political games and present a concussion of unrealistic solutions. Pasuka khona, azothi uPremier ngesuke wema and place the department under administration without any due process. Yayike yaphi nalonto? Honorable members, the Premier's address has correctly and succinctly set the strategic direction, not only for the upcoming financial year, but for the years ahead. The State of the Province address demonstrates our commitment to building the Eastern Cape we envision, not under ideal circumstances of our choosing, but within the realities that shaped by our history and the challenges we have inherited. However, we remain steadfast in our resolve to transform these conditions and accelerate the delivery of service to our people. It is within this context that we are reshaping the landscape of our province and improving the socio-economic conditions of our people through massive public infrastructure development and sustainable integrated human settlements. The establishment of office precincts by the provincial government not only frees the state of the financial constraints of private leasing, but also revitalizes rural towns by creating economic opportunities and transforming the landscape. These projects go beyond enhancing government service delivery. They stimulate economic growth, create jobs, expand access to essential services and social infrastructure. The construction of the Emaxesibeni Block A Mqanduli cluster offices and the Makanda artisan centers have already contributed significantly to economic empowerment, as these projects have facilitated the participation of 39 MSMEs and created 256 jobs, injecting the much needed economic activity into those local communities. Block A in Emaxesibeni will house the Department of Human Settlements and the Department of Transport, which is now 70% complete and set for completion in August 2025. Block B and F will accommodate an additional 7 departments, further consolidating service delivery. Mqanduli Cluster Office will accommodate 4 government departments and is currently sitting at 75% completion, with expected completion in July 2025. Now, beyond infrastructure development, these high-impact projects have also played a crucial role in skills development, benefiting 18 built environment graduates and 22 artisans from their respective districts. By accelerating the construction of cluster offices, we are not only reducing dependency on leased office spaces, but also centralizing government services, making them more accessible to our people. These projects will drive the transformation of the Eastern Cape, revitalize small towns, unlock new economic opportunities, and lay the foundation for modern cities that will reshape the province's future. The measure of the Department of Public Works, Infrastructure and Human Settlements under the leadership of one ministry presents an opportunity to secure strategic parcels of land in areas where cluster offices are being developed. This will support inner city development, mixed-mode human settlements, and economic hubs, creating integrated, thriving communities. The Honorable Premier announced in the State of the Province address that the construction of the Bishop Precinct will commence in 2025-26 financial year. This initiative marks a significant step towards consolidating government offices at Bishop, enhancing coordination, improving operational efficiency, and achieving the long-term cost savings. To unlock Bishop's full potential as a modern capital city, the government is integrating social and rental housing interventions as well as first home finance instruments to drive spatial, social, and economic transformation in collaboration with key sector departments. This initiative represents a groundbreaking investment in the province's development. In pioneering a mega mixed-use and gap market housing solution, the government is actively securing alternative funding sources and engaging local and international investors to support this transformation vision. Furthermore, strategic parcels of land have been acquired in key development areas, laying a foundation for successful implementation of this initiative. This forward-thinking approach not only addresses the housing needs of our people, but also stimulates economic growth, creates employment opportunities, and enhances the quality of the life for the Eastern Cape residents. The future we're building is one of inclusive development, economic empowerment, and sustainable transformation. The Eastern Cape time to thrive is now. Providing dignified housing for the most vulnerable remains a key priority of this government. The Premier, as one travels through the province, from Breibach along the N2 to Mdantsane, Gcuwe, Dutwa, the progress in human settlements is evident, and in the beautifully constructed homes that now stands as a symbol of dignity and transformation. However, despite these strides, the demand for housing remains more urgent than ever, and as we work to reshape the spatial landscape to our province and country. So in addressing these challenges, we require a comprehensive approach that extends beyond BNG housing. We are committed to implementing interventions that cater for all segments of human settlements. The Premier announced, Honorable Vena, that in the 25-26 financial year, 4,970 BNG housing units will be constructed, 260 first home finance subsidies will be provided, 98 individual subsidies will be provided to support those who do not qualify for the traditional housing assistance, 4,345 service sites across all regions through the Human Settlements Development Grant to enable further housing development. Honorable Speaker, under the leadership of Premier Mabuyane, significant progress has been made in addressing the long-standing challenges in human settlements. As the start of the 22-23 financial year, the department was confronted with 87 stalled or blocked projects affecting 23,975 housing units across 8 regions. Each project was faced with unique obstacles, many of which stemmed from inadequate pre-planning and implementation by municipalities. To overcome these challenges, the department implemented a strategic intervention, including the appointment of a panel of contractors. A key reform was the introduction of the project and home enrollment with the NHBRC, which ensures that all projects are fully prepared before implementation. And this proactive approach has significantly reduced the risk of future projects blockages. Today, I am proud to report that all previously stalled projects have been successfully unblocked, marking a major milestone in our commitment to delivering quality housing for our people. Honorable Mpofu, gone are those days of the Eastern Cape Provincial Departments returning money to National Treasury. In fact, as a testament to the good progress registered under the leadership of Premier Mabuyane, the Eastern Cape Department of Human Settlement has received an additional allocation from the National Treasury of 50 million in our informal settlements upgrading grant. The 50 million is coming from the 300 million that was taken from Western Cape because they failed to build houses for the poor. Honorable Speaker, In light of the growing impact of global warming, ISBT offers a viable alternative to traditional brick and mortar construction. These technologies enhance service delivery while fostering green, resilient, and inclusive human settlements that uphold human dignity. To better understand the challenges posed by climate change, the department conducted a study in 24-25 financial year titled, I quote, Investigating the Effects of Water Scarcity on the Implementation of Human Settlements construction projects in the province. This study examined the root cause of water scarcity and its direct impact on housing construction projects. As part of our commitment to sustainable development, we will implement 4 ISBT projects in the 25-26 financial year through the Human Settlements Development Grant, ensuring more climate responsive and resource efficient housing solutions. Indeed, the time for the Eastern Cape to thrive is now. Through strategic planning, investment, and collaboration, we are transforming our province into a place of opportunity, dignity, and sustainable development. Honorable Speaker, under the leadership of Premier Mabuyane, we have made a significant progress in transforming our province. The Premier's speech serves as a guiding light for our journey ahead. It is now our collective responsibility to turn this vision into a reality by working together to build an inclusive, prosperous, resilient Eastern Cape. Let us reject denialism and embrace progress. The Eastern Cape's time to thrive is now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Lositi. I call upon Honorable Ngobo, representing the MK Party. Honorable Ngobo, your 15 minutes starts now.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the executive, and honorable members and all people in the gallery, including the children or learners from the universities. Honorable Speaker, we stand here this afternoon to debate the state of the province address that was delivered last week, Friday. Honorable Speaker, the reality is that when SOPA approaches every year, the people of this province pin their hopes on the Premier to come up with tangible and practical solutions to address socio-economic challenges that are plaguing in our province. Honorable Speaker, we cannot shy away from the fact that these socio-economic challenges continue to hamper economic development in our beloved province, and there is an urgent need for a government that is committed to serve the people of this province, instead of the government that makes promises which are never realized. Instead, that is seen as case over the years. Year after year, the people of the Eastern Cape province have been met with bold commitments, huge projects, and big ambitions for a brighter future. Each SOPA has promised progress on issues such as rebuilding economic growth, as well combating youth unemployment and corruption. Yet, for thousands, these words remain just promises. The cycle continues. Commitments are made, faith is packed, and then reality strikes, unemployment remains, and inequality widens. Madam Speaker, it is therefore safe to say that this is yet another era of promises where rhetoric rise, but people wait, and only God knows for how long. Honorable Speaker, it is not secluded information that the Eastern Cape province has immense potential for economic growth. But we just need a government that is capable, developmental in nature, committed, goal-driven, accountable, transparent, and that has the political apathy to serve the people of this province. However, once again, we find ourselves at the end of another speech full of repeated promises and high rhetoric. Yet the people's primary struggle remain unresolved. Honorable Speaker, the Premier began his speech by highlighting significant events in the history of our struggle for freedom. He even claimed that he was inspired by Freedom Charter, yet nonchalantly overlooked the situation of our people that requires immediate solution for the realization of true freedom as envisaged by some Freedom Charter that he claims he was inspired by. Honorable Speaker, despite the 20,000 decrease in the number of unemployment people in the province, level of unemployment remains high and a cause for concern. The Premier has promised to increase the number of people employed in the province from 1,450,000 in 24 to 2.4 million in 2030. This means that within a space of 5 years, 950,000 jobs will be created. Honorable Speaker, this confusion is evident in the fact that in the every same species, he says 54,500 jobs will be created across various economic sectors. The question is, when? We don't know. Yet he wants 2.4 million people to be employed by 2030, and for him to achieve that, he must create 950,000 jobs, not 54,500, Mr. Premier. 54,500 jobs is what is needed, not 54,500 jobs. Furthermore, we must categorically state that these 6 months or 12 months long so-called public employment programs that promised by Premier can be regarded as a wasteful expenditure, because after these programs, these young people will not be able to get any permanent jobs, nor mentored in starting their own business. They will just be abandoned back to the hopeless township and villages and be unemployed again. According to the International Labour Organization, decent work involves opportunities that delivers fair income, job security, social protection for their families, and better prospects for personal development within the workplace. Now, Honorable Premier, tell us, how will these so-called public employment opportunities ensure job security and social protection when people are employed on short-term contract basis and are paid less than minimum wage? Therefore, it is on the basis that the MK Party calls on the executive to come up with plans that create sustainable jobs for our people, including youth and persons with disabilities, not the unstable plans which were presented here on Friday. Moving on to economic growth, Premier, the Constable Party has noted the promises that you have made to the people of the province regarding economic development within our province. However, our first concern is the absence of timelines as to when these commitments will be fulfilled. It is important that we get a sense of what you seek to achieve and by when and how. Unless this is another rhetoric as that has been trend over the years, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Premier, the presence of timelines in your SOPA will not only help you to measure progress, but it will also be a great step towards our accountability, as we will be in a better position as members of the Provincial Legislature to exercise our constitutional obligation of overseeing the work of the executive. Secondly, another problem which we're noting as MKP and believe that it fits under the development is the fact that our economy is not diversified enough. For instance, in East London and Gqeberha, the majority of the people working are employed in an automotive sector, correct? So there is no urgent need for diversification of the economy. Hence, we welcome the move of redirecting equitable share allocation to produce economic activities so as to prioritize the frontiers of growth mentioned in your speech. Mr. Honorable Premier, furthermore, the staggering economic growth of our province is disturbing and requires practical, urgent solution. I think we can agree, honorable members, that the set target of 2.8 of the provincial economic growth in 2025 is a pipeline dream, given instability, our so-called government of national unity, and the lack of tangible economic growth plans within our province. Honorable Speaker, moving on to education. As the MK, we noted that 70 million initiative of the historical student debt relief announced by the Office of the Premier, having partnered with MER SETA. Honorable Premier, there is a great concern from MKP regarding the exclusion of Walter Sisulu University from this initiative. The name of the university is not listed in the list with other universities. It's excluded, so you need clarity on that. It is listed. It is listed. Moving on. Honorable Speaker, there is a great really concern regarding this thing of Walter Sisulu. It is really shocking that an institution that serves students from deep rural areas of our province is not listed as deserving, yet it teaching black students who are characterized by poverty and are largely from background in the villages of Kumbu, Ngobombizana, Libote, Mount Frey, Kofinzbawa, Somo, Lusikisiki, etc. Benzeni abafundi sifuna impendulo. As the MK Party, we would like to congratulate, as MK Party would like to congratulate the 2024 metric result for achieving 84.98% pass rate. For as much as the government can gloat about this achievement, we know that these learners had to persevere through unconducive learning environments that were subjected to by this very own government. Principal and teachers had to, principal and students are struggling. Honorable Speaker, school experience horrific condition. Classrooms are overcrowded. There are no sufficient textbooks. There are no proper ablution facilities. Classrooms have leakages, broken windows, and sometimes there are no doors. Visit those schools, you will see the evidence. Honorable Premier, let me ask you, are you sleeping well at night when the horrific condition we are experiencing in our province? Surely, as a leader, you are totally unable to sleep. The people who are sleeping well when the black child is struggling are those people during the apartheid time. You will remember during the apartheid time, they normally, what they do, they kill the innocent black people fighting for liberation in this country. After doing that, they will celebrate and do braai with expensive meat and expecting whiskey just to celebrate the death of the innocent black people. We are saying, as long as horrific condition we experience in this, there is no way to celebrate. It is not our way of doing things to celebrate when our children are struggling, when our children are raped, when our women are totally are the victims of rape and poverty. No, we cannot celebrate that kind of thing. Honorable Speaker, indeed we concur with the Freedom Charter that said there shall be comfort for all his great nation. However, the question that one asks now is that, is it a pipeline in our province or what? The latest crime statistics for our province presents a mixed picture. While there are commendable reduction in violent crimes, such as murder and sexual offenses, the rise in residential robberies highlights areas that require immediate attention. For instance, in Gqeberha, an elderly woman, Mama Ulimba, a widower, was brutally killed in her own residence in Chekisa Road, New Brighton. Kuyafiwa kweli phondo lwethu. Abantwana nomama bayabulawa kabuhlungu. Women and children are not protected at all. Wherever they go, they are victims. A grade 11 learner from Emapulana Senior Secondary School in Libote was brutally killed and found dead on the 6th of February 2025. According to the report, the girl was from school traveling long distance in a very dangerous environment. The question is, where was the scholar transport? Additional efforts are urgently required to fight crime in this province. MK Party government is the only government that will protect women and children and all citizens. God is preparing MK Party to govern South Africa. People are tired of empty promises.
Your time is up,
Abantu
Honourable
bafuna inkonzo.
Honourable
God is
Honourable
preparing
Your time
MK
is-
Party.
Your time is
MK
out.
Party is the solution.
Honourable,
MK Party is the solution.
Honourable Ngobo, it's honourable members. Honourable Ngobo. Honourable Ngobo. We understand very well that the bigger parties, including the ruling party, donated time to you, to the smaller parties, so that they can speak. But when that time ends, that was donated to you. Just respect the presiding officer, please. Thank you very much. Can we then call upon Dr. Fick of the Democratic Alliance? Your 8 minutes start now. Thank you.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, honorable members, all protocols observed. The 2025 SOPA was a missed opportunity, an opportunity to turn the Eastern Cape around. Instead, what we got was more empty promises and no real plan for change. This province is in crisis. Our economy is stagnant, our people are struggling, businesses are disinvesting. And yet, instead of a bold vision, the Premier gave us more of the same, no real plan to create jobs, no strategy to fix our broken services, and no decisive action against corruption. The VAT hike. Let's discuss the elephant in the room. The proposed VAT hike that was vehemently rejected by the DA first. Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana was repeatedly warned that increasing VAT by 2 percentage points would devastate the ordinary South Africans. Yet he pushed ahead, ignoring opposition voices and even his own party members who called him arrogant. This is not a tax on the rich. It's a tax on the poor and the middle class, on families who are already struggling to put food on the table. Here's what it means in real terms. A loaf of white bread will cost 50 cents more. Beef mince will cost 7 rand more per kilogram. Milk will cost 1 rand more per liter. Sugar will cost 5 rand more per 2.5 kilograms.
Honorable, there is a hand there. Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Is Honorable Fick willing to take a question because there was no budget presented? Thank you.
Honorable Fick, can you take a question?
Honorable Chair of Chairs, not now. I've got a lot of things to say to
Thank you very
educate
much.
the ANC.
Thank you very much. Continue.
All this while 70% of the people in some districts live below the poverty line. So while your focus is on paying for car, credit card, and house, many poor people don't even have bread, and you continue to make promises to them. Premier, how do you justify this? Premier Mabuyani's speech lacked a tangible and specific strategy to create real jobs, grow the economy, drive down the cost of living, and improve service delivery in the Eastern Cape. We need decisive steps such as shifting funds from wasteful expenditure to essential services, no more funding bloated staff complements and political cadres while hospitals and schools crumble. Cutting red tape and making doing business in the Eastern Cape easier is important. Massive investments in built and digital infrastructure. Just a 10% increase in broadband connectivity can increase GDP by 2.5%. While there is no bold action to put the why is there no bold action, Premier, to put the Department of Health under administration when its accruals alone account for 70% of the total Eastern Cape budget? Instead, we keep losing doctors and nurses while patients suffer. People in this province still drink water from streams shared with animals. This is not just mismanagement, it's indignity. The people of the Eastern Cape deserve better. It's no secret that nearly half of the people in our province don't have a job. Honorable Premier, are you not embarrassed that in some districts, over 70% of people live below the poverty line? Meanwhile, the Western Cape created 62,000 jobs between October and December 2024. It has now the lowest unemployment rate in the country at under 20%. This is the difference between talking about jobs and actually creating them. Your job, Honorable Premier, is to get 50% of the province into the mainstream economy, not through grants, not through handouts, but through real opportunities, real jobs, and real economic growth. You see, your understanding, and listen carefully, of transformation is causing the economy to limp. Your understanding. It's your race-based policies and your focus on changing whiteness to blackness, of checking how many females are in positions where, in fact, you should be doing is creating jobs so that people are less reliant on grants, so that they can live a better quality of life instead of relying on government handouts. Corruption. Corruption is bleeding the Eastern Cape dry, and yet the provincial government is actively sabotaging investigations into it. Right now, the provincial departments and municipality owe the SIU 119 million rand. Skanda. Buffalo City owes 11.9 million rand for investigations into tender fraud. That includes 17 million rand was wasted on overpriced black bags, and 10 million rand was paid for 150 houses in Potsdam that were never built. Why? Because instead of punishing corruption, this government rewards it. Contractors who abandon projects still get new tenders. Government officials occupy buildings without paying rent. Public money is pocketed instead of being spent on services. The DA calls on Premier Mabuyani to intervene immediately to settle these SIU debts. The SIU's work must continue, or this province will descend further into lawlessness. The public works crisis is a ticking bomb, yet the government seems unwilling or unable to address it. The construction mafia operates unchecked, corruption cripples infrastructure projects, contractors are paid despite abandoning sites. No blacklisting for repeat offenders, they are even rewarded with new tenders. Public assets are being hijacked and exploited for personal gain. As one senior official in the ANC said, it's now our turn to eat. The people of the Eastern Cape are not here to fund your buffet. We have an economy growing at 0.1%. Let's be clear, that is not growth. It's a technical blip after a recession. The National Development Plan promised 5.3% growth, but we are crawling at 2.1%. No investment means no factories, No factories means no jobs. If you want factories to be built, if you want businesses to invest, then create incentives for it. Stop making it harder. Furthermore, the failure to collect revenue means there is not enough money for service delivery. Millions are lost because of mismanagement. Medical aid patients treated in public hospitals are not billed because no records are kept. There is no strategy to improve own revenue collection. Overspending and underspending continue unchecked. We don't have a resource problem, Honorable Chair of Chairs. We have a spending problem. We have a leadership problem. And worst of all, we have a government with no accountability. Honorable Premier, your voters, your supporters are tired. They are tired of being loyal to a party that keeps failing them. They are tired of hearing the same old promises year after year with no delivery. Even Archbishop Desmond Tutu warned you. I am warning you. Today I repeat that warning. I am warning you. Your voters will not remain forever. Your approach to transformation is stalling the economy. You are focused on checking demographic boxes instead of creating jobs that lift the people out of poverty. The DA says enough is enough. We will fight for real leadership, real accountability, and real service delivery. The people of the Eastern Cape deserve hope, dignity, and a meaningful life. It's time for real action, not just words. Join me in demanding better leadership that truly serves our communities.
Your time is out.
We will not give up.
Dr. Fick. Thank you very much. Thank you. Honorable Mjoli, your 13 minutes starts now. Over to you.
Ngosi, Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Red Battalion led by Honorable Vena, members of this House, our future leaders in the gallery, from Forte and Walter Sisulu, Usjumba, Tishala Holland, and the resilient people of the Eastern Cape. Kubantwana betongo, Tamako. As I start this debate, one would like to briefly reflect on some of the school visits we did this year as the EFF, just to paint a picture of the real state of education in the Eastern Cape. Flagstaff Comprehensive School in Inguza Hill is in a dire state. Building is dilapidated. Just recently, a door fell on top of a teacher's head in class while she was busy giving lessons. Our teachers and children are not safe. And if nothing is done about the state of the school, they will soon meet their demise. In Jokabi High School, the school relies on opening of the reservoir for water. There are no textbooks, no sports fields, no security, no clerks, no electricity in the kitchen. Nekichi Elo is in a very bad state for a brand new school. Equally in Walter Sisulu, there's no school hall. The school cannot even host its own events, not even a parents' meeting. Budget to build 2 additional classes was approved by the department. Service provider only put a foundation slab and disappeared. According to records, building project was supposed to be done in August 2023. Sesamile Sony Stoop, and the department is playing hide and seek. Transvelga Primary School, 4 classrooms burnt down in November 2022. Department promised to deliver mobile classes as Gafik Nanamhlanje. The library of the school has been converted into a kitchen for nutrition purposes. Principal's office is converted to a classroom. No electricity on the block that was affected by fire. The department is quiet. Premier stood here and spoke about various interventions made through education as if schools in this province are thriving. Nothing could be further from the truth. If anything, even the said interventions only benefit few from the province. Hence, the Premier can call some of these recipients by name. In 2023, Premier promised to fix schools' infrastructure, including hostels. Some minor upgrades were done, but many schools still lack proper facilities. All schools in South Africa are meant to meet basic standards for energy, sanitation, and infrastructure by the 31st of March. The Premier neither made any reflections on the promises made in the past 2 years, nor on this fast approaching deadline. Because this government does not care about the millions of learners in unsafe classrooms, in overcrowded schools, or in buildings that should have been demolished years ago. How are we going to explain this disregard to the children still using pit latrines, to the learners studying collapsing mud classrooms? The recent report from South African Human Rights Commission speaks extensively on the crisis which is Eastern Cape education. The State of the Province address made no attempt to at least account for some of the findings. And as if that wasn't enough, scholar transport is still a disaster. Children are still walking 15 kilometers to school in dangerous conditions because government has failed to provide reliable
Honourable
and
Njoli.
safe transport.
There is a hand there, your time is safe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Rule 95 of anticipation, the report of the whole House going out to Education Department, the schools, has not been presented, but it's anticipated here and already debated upon, which is not allowed. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Honorable Njoli, in your, just try and, honorable members.
Sorry, Chair?
Honorable members. Yeah. Honorable Njoli, if in your presentation is anything that talks to the report, just try and refrain. You can go through. Continue.
Ngosi, Chair of Chairs. And if that wasn't enough, scholar transport is still a disaster. Children are still walking 15 kilometers to school in dangerous conditions because the government has failed to provide reliable and safe transport. Instead of prioritizing this urgent need, we hear every year about plans, but we never see action. The state of ECDCs is also deplorable. Last year, the Premier promised that farming infrastructure and irrigation projects would be expanded. What happened? Only some funding was allocated, but drought and mismanagement halted the progress. Our people are losing livestock to theft daily with no intervention. Those that are safe meet their demise as they are engulfed by felt fires or strangled by drought. The reality is that this government does not want rural people to be independent. Instead of investing in infrastructure, ensuring that average households have access to irrigation, storage, and proper transport networks, they keep throwing food parcels and seeds at them that end up being pig feed. As if our people must beg for survival instead of being given the tools to produce and thrive. What's the point of providing seeds if there are no means to plow the land and no reliable water sources to sustain those plants? Small-scale farmers are struggling. Where is the funding? Where is the access to markets? Where is the training and development? The land is here, the people are ready, but this government refuses to take rural development seriously. Instead of spending billions on failed industrial zones, why not invest in infrastructure so our people can feed themselves? Government can go further and create policies where schools procure food from the local community. Why get spinach from Spa when rural areas have all this bare land that is unused? Sports and culture is one other sector that could be driving economic growth and youth employment, but it is a department that is always overlooked because instead of strengthening this department, it is merged with community safety. How can we expect arts and sports to thrive when we treat them as a side project to policing? The artists of this province, the musicians, the filmmakers, the actors, the designers, the athletes, they are not criminals that need to be managed under safety and security. They are creative entrepreneurs who could be building billion-rand industries if this government actually cared to invest in them. We know what is happening. This government has abandoned arts and culture because they do not see its economic potential. They want young people to rely on EPWP jobs and social grants instead of actually giving them opportunity to turn their talents into long-term careers. If you are serious about nurturing young talent and investing in future of our children, start by giving support to Lady Grey Arts Academy in Senqu. The Premier stood here and he did not even address the lack of sports facilities in our schools and our rural areas. He did not speak about the broken stadiums, the lack of investment in school sports, or the fact that many of our young athletes have to leave the Eastern Cape just to be noticed. Why is there no funding for community arts programs? Why are there no proper film and music hubs? Why must young artists suffer because they were born in the Eastern Cape? Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Premier's SOPA speech was not an address. It was a cover-up, a desperate attempt to hide his failures by making more promises that will never be fulfilled. The only delicious thing that is here is the Premier's sweet tongue. Atamangesi. Atamangesi. Beware of the person with a sweet tongue but a bitter heart. He will use the best words you want to hear, but his intent is far from good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Njoli. Honorable members, can we then allow UTM, Honorable Zinti, to take her 8 minutes? United Democratic Movement, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The UTM welcomes the state of the province addressed by the Honorable Premier. However, there are areas that were omitted and needs serious attention. The 84.98% pass rate is a great move. We applaud the performance of our educators who work tirelessly ukuphucula imfundo yomntwana omnyama. But the overcrowding in schools have severe negative impact on teaching and learning, thus leading to poor academic performance due to limited space and inadequate resources, often resulting to learners' inability to participate fully in lessons. We understand the issue of budget constraint, but kumele kwenziwe into ngalonto leyo kungasoske ukwakhiwa kwezikolo nokumaintainwa kwezikolo kubethe ngonyawo lonwabo. We cannot overemphasize the issue of shortage of teachers in our schools. The Eastern Cape Department of Education reported a teacher shortage of 221 at the end of 2024, but up to this time of the year, there are no appointments. We appeal to you, Honorable MEC Gade, to speed up the process of filling the vacancies. Redeployment of teachers is moving in a snail's.
Honorable Zindi, let me just disturb you. I've just paused your time.
Okay.
Because I felt this is an opportune moment to address the gallery. The visitors don't participate in the debate. We must watch and observe members. We don't participate in the debate in any form. But I felt while you were excited, let me just let it pass. But now that it's quiet, I feel, let me address it. Thank you very much. You can continue.
Thank you. Redeployment of teachers is moving in a snail pace, and the pressure is only felt by those in front of the learners, not the ones in the offices. There must be time frames for the redeployment program and follow up on the progress. Schools in our province continue to experience poor infrastructure. The safety of learners is compromised as some schools are not properly fenced, unsafe sanitation, inadequate water, and unfinished construction project. Poor infrastructure is a core contributor to academic performance, and it infringes on the rights of education, safety, and health of learners and teachers. The UTM advised that the community should be involved in the planning and implementation implementation of infrastructure project. Our Honorable Premier claims the economic growth, yet unemployment remains alarmingly high, especially among youth. Growth without job creation is meaningless. Unemployment rate remains very high with an official rate of 36.6% and an expanded rate of 47.6%, placing immense pressure on families, business, and local economies. To improve economic growth, you have to implement policies and programs aimed at reducing economic disparities between urban and rural areas, including targeted investment in infrastructure, social services, and economic development initiatives in marginalized communities. We therefore suggest that you ensure that economic development policies and programs prioritize social inclusion and equity, including addressing economic opportunities and promote gender equality. Our province faces significant social development problems. Most of those are widespread poverty, which is below poverty line, gender-based violence, inadequate access to healthcare facilities, nezinye ezininzi. The execution of Green Revolution is a great move if it is driven ngabantu abane passion. It will never achieve its object, hence it will be driven by greedy people abangenantshisakalo yokubona omnye umntu omnyama ephumelela. Abantu ke batshinekile kukuqhathwa nini kwaliphondo lo nozithembiso. Upremier apha uthembisile kakhulu izinto ebengakhange azenze kwiterm ephelileyo. Makhe siyeke ukuba liphondo lo nosithembiso. Abantu bengaphangeli, abantu bebulawa indlala. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Honorable May.
Thank you, Chair.
Honorable, now for the purpose of the Kalari, Honorable May is a leader of, remember we've guessed that we must introduce the political leaders of the political parties. Honorable May is a leader of Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you, Chairperson.
In the legislature.
I'm Pete May.
Just hold on, Honorable May, I'm still introducing you. Honorable May is a leader of the Freedom Front Plus in the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature. Your 9 minutes starts now. Over to you, Honorable May. Thank you.
Thank you. Dankie, voorsitter. Ek wil daarom net iets sê oor agbare Roen. Hy verwys na my as Afrikaner. Ek wil vir hom sê, ek is seker een van die trotste Afrikaners in hierdie land. As ek dink hoe my voorouers gebou het, wat hulle gedoen het om hierdie land op te hef. As ek dink aan die Iskors, die Sassels, en ek kan so aangaan, ek dink in ons landbougemeenskap. Weet jy wat, ek het al baie gesê, what we need in South Africa is a change of attitude, en dit wil ek vandag vir meneer Roen sê. Meneer Roen, het jy ooit al daaraan gedink, as die Afrikaners in hierdie land, môre vir 10 dae nie gaan werk nie, jy gaan seker kos invoer van Zimbabwe af. Ja. Ek ry in Port Elizabeth deur die hoofstraat vernoem na agbare Gavin Mbeki. Daar's 22 verkeersligte, net 2 werk. Kan jy glo, net 2 werk. Ek praat nie van die Port Elizabeth in sy geheel nie. Nou vra ek vir u, wat is die probleem? Ek sê vir u, dis as gevolg van regstellende aksie, want daar is nie meer kundigheid nie. Wat is die ander rede, gee dit dan vir ons? I can still remember just after 1994 election, 25 senior members of a municipality were retrenched and cadres appointed. According to the Premier, the expenditure on the municipal infrastructure grant improved from 39% in 2022-23 to 61% by 23-24 financial year end. Ek sien dit nie. En seker in ander dele van die Oos-Kaap, maar nie in ons gedeelte nie. But still there is no improvement as jy praat van service delivery nie. Nelson Mandela Bay has been highlighted as one of the municipalities in dire need of support. This revelation should serve as a stark warning that the Nelson Mandela Metro is regressing under the current administration. The recent qualified audit opinion has proved that financial mismanagement and inefficiency are worsening despite previous improvements. The Metro's decline is a result of poor governance, a lack of accountability, and a failure to implement. It is time for accountability and real leadership to restore financial discipline and service delivery in the Metro. Die tyd het aangebreek dat daar na die inwoners geluister word. Jy weet, ek dink baie daaraan. Ek is nou nie 'n wijkraadslid nie, maar ek wil nie volgende jaar deelneem aan 'n plaaslike verkiesing nie. Hoe gaan ek vir die kiesers verduidelik dat daar absoluut niks aangegaan het nie? Dan wil ek kortliks verwys na landbou. Die premier het nou eendag gesê dat ons moet meer aandag gee aan landbou, veral ook wat graan betref. Ek stem 100% met hom saam. Maar ons moet dit ook verwerk, soos hy gesê het, samp en mieliemeel en ander produkte vervaardig. Ons besef nie hoeveel werksgeleenthede kan landbou verskaf nie. Alleen op plase is daar plus minus 900,000 werkers. Maar dit is nie al nie. Kyk na die waardeketting. As u by Shoprite instap of enige ander groot winkel, al daardie blikkies kos wat daar staan, van waar kom dit? Dit kom juis van die plase af. Dit gee vir miljoene mense in die fabrieke werk. Ons dink aan die bakkerye in Suid-Afrika, dink aan jou plaasimplemente wat vervaardig word in fabrieke, hoeveel werk word nie deur hulle verskaf nie. Ek dink spesifiek aan jou vrugteboere, die gifstowwe, die kunsmis, almal gee werk vir mense. Daarom mag ons nooit ooit die landbou afskeep in die Oos-Kaap nie. Ek het al 'n vorige geleentheid gesê, ons sit met die beste reënval by Port St. Johns en omgewing. Laat ons begin met subtropiese vrugte. Dis die beste manier om duisende werksgeleenthede te skep. U weet, huidiglik in die Oos-Kaap, die ou Transvaal en die ou Transkei, is dit net beeste.
Honorable May, just hold on, there is a hand.
Ek wil graag, gaan jy na USA? Gaan jy na USA?
Ek wil vir u sê, vrugtebedryf kan duisende werksgeleenthede skep. Dink aan die verwerking net. Hoeveel werk sal daar meer verskaf word? Dan entrepreneurskap. Dit is tragies. Ons eie swart mense het nie die geleentheid nie. Jy kom by 'n klein dorpie, 'n groot stad. Wat gebeur? Oral waar jy sien, Pakistan. Jy kan hulle maar vra van waar kom jy Malawi orals? Hoekom is dit so? Dis die skuld van die regering. Baie van daai mense soos die Chinese word finansiëel gehelp deur China om hier sit te kom winkels opsit en dan sodoende raak China ontslaaf van sy produkte. Terwyl ons eintlik die mense moet wees wat ons eie goed vervaardig. Ek wil net een voorbeeld vir u noem. In die 70er jare toe ek in Port Elizabeth gewerk het ons 3 skoenfabrieke gehad. Rextroevom, een van die bekendste klerewinkels was daar. Wat is vandag daar? Absoluut niks nie. Ek stap nou 'n tandeborsel word ingevoer vanaf China. Ek sê vir my vrou, kyk hier, ons eie mense kan ons doen. Ons beskik oor die vermoë. Iewers bo moet daar 'n groot fout wees. Dan toerisme in Suid-Afrika. Ons moet gaan leer by die Wes-Kaap hoe om te bemark. Ek praat met reisagentskappe. Hulle sê vir my, hulle kom van Oorsee, Johannesburg, Kruger Wildtuin op na die Kaap so ver as Plettenberg Baai. Nie verder nie. En nou moet ons 'n ander ding onthou, veiligheid raak al hoe meer belangrik. En ons sal moet harder werk hier in die Oos-Kaap om ons kriminaliteit te verlaag. Want toeriste is bang vir Suid-Afrika. Om terug te kom na ons hawens toe. Hulle is power. Van die swakste in die wêreld. Ons Maputo is beter as ons. Ek luister gister oor die radio. Weet jy hoekom ons is suksesvol onder Premier? Private investments. Hoekom gee ons nie vir ons mense die geleentheid nie? Maar ons wil die kommunistiese bestel in stand hou, laat die regering alles moet doen. Die regering kan dit nie doen nie. En die enigste manier om werk te skep is deur die privaat sektor. Wat menslike nedersettings betref, ek het net een versoek vandag, en dit is dat dit geprioriseer moet word. Ek neem 120 mense wat bly in shacks. Hulle het nie water nie, hulle het krag nie, hulle het niks nie. Maar daar gaan kom 'n klomp, hulle plak tussen Dispatch en Port Elizabeth. Die pale is klaar opgesit. Hulle het so 3-4 jaar gelede daar begin, opgesit vir krag. Die water kom, maar wat van daai mense wat al vir 9-10 jaar wag? Ek wil vir u sê, water is 'n krisis. 30 jaar gelede, 27 jaar gelede het akademici al gewaarsku en gesê, ons gaan binne 17 jaar 'n krisis bereik. Load shedding gaan niks wees teen die waterkrisis nie. Ons infrastruktuur is vervalle. Ons het nie genoeg waterbronne nie. Ons beskik nie oor die vermoë om daai water te herlei na die verskillende mense toe nie. Ek luister nou die dag na radio, die RSG. Hulle praat met meneer Reimer, baie van u sal hom seker ken, hy was 'n ingenieur by die Nelson Mandela Metro. Daar was 40 ingenieurs in sy tyd. Daar's 3. Ek hoor daar's poste vir 65. Waarom word daardie belangrike poste nie gevul nie? Ons moet kennis neem van slim mense wat geleerd is wat ons kan help. Ek wil vir u vandag sê dat ons kan heeldag hier praat. Ons is in die moeilikheid. Ons is in groot moeilikheid. Maar ek wil u een versoek tot u almal rig. Kom ons staan saam. Laat ons nie mekaar beledig en te kere gaan nie. Want elke een van ons het 'n bydrae om te lewer in hierdie land. Dis in belang van ons jeug. Ek sê vir u baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable May. Can we then call upon Honorable Hendricks, Democratic Alliance? Your 8 minutes start now. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Allow me just to say that watching our colleagues from the ANC stand at this podium today and speaking, knowing that cannabis is quite available in the Eastern Cape, I have to wonder, what cookies and muffins are you eating? Because the ones that I am eating is the banana flavored. I don't know which ones you are eating. Honorable Chair of Chairs, in politics, it's not about the promises we make. It's about the truth that we deliver. Honorable Speaker, under the Premier's tenure, the Eastern Cape is stuck in a continuous crisis made of its own making. It is often said that our greatest fear is the fear of the unknown. In my personal view, I don't think it's a very realistic fear because a fear has to manifest itself. And there's some kind of apprehension that something is going to happen that you didn't know about. When Lena Mandla, aged 13, and Tabisa, aged 14, left their respective homes last week on Wednesday in Flagstaff, I am sure that they had no inclination. It would be the last time they would see their family, their friends, and their schoolmates. Sadly, when they went home that afternoon, the river they crossed took their lives. I visited the school and both families on Monday, because when I received the news on Friday, I did not receive that news as a politician. I received that news as a parent. And so I drove 12 hours to Flagstaff to go give them my support. I don't know, Premier and both MECs, have you been there yet? On Friday, Premier, when you delivered your State of the Province address, the body of the second girl, Tabisa, was found. It should be noted, Premier, that throughout your SOPA speech, you mentioned the word scholar transport once. And it almost sounded like you were mentioning that in passing. There's no substance, no explanation, no commitment to the 40,000 learners that is excluded from the scholar transport system. You cannot ignore it. It is too important. I will wait for that policy speech. How can we talk about building an economy when our children can't even get to school safely? On 14 October in 2024, a 7-year-old girl in Matatiel was raped because the scholar transport was too late. Children at a school in Fort Beaufort, they walk for an hour and cross rivers to get to a school because the bridge to Oakteen Primary was washed away 15 years ago. Last year, 80 learners in Elliotdale, mostly grade 10 learners, dropped out of school because they had to walk 24 kilometers and cross rivers to get to school. The other portion of kids who were brave enough to actually stay in school, they formed little groups and walked through forests. None of them is called Red Riding Hood. I don't know why they are walking through forests. Those, let me say, I have to wonder, Premier, will these kids be part of your 90% matric pass rate sometime in the future, or will they become part of your 70% unemployed youth? Yet you steam forward like a headless chicken on good muffins. By rationalizing almost 1,000 schools, you've already closed half of them. But you fail to provide them with much needed hostels and a scholar transport that is part of the crisis. The system is not working, Honorable Premier. It is working against you. I believe it is time that a scholar transport system should go back to the Education Department, where it belongs. You cannot say school nutrition is a support service that belongs to the Education Department. Why are you not sending that to social development? Bring scholar transport back to where it belongs so we can take accountability for these learners who don't make it there. So we can say to these 40,000 learners, deserving learners, that we will not betray them. Honorable Speaker, during the address of the Premier, he spoke of economic development and job creation. However, he failed to acknowledge the fundamental role of access to quality education that it plays in achieving these goals. School infrastructure is at a staggering 82 billion rand in backlog. Do we actually understand what a billion is? Do we actually understand what a billion is? 1 million seconds equates to 11 days, 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds equates to 31 years. Let it sink in. So when we say the Education Department is 82 billion rand in backlog on school infrastructure, that is a massive amount. Honorable Chair, I appreciate the commitment of the Premier for the 7.4 billion rand over the next 5 years to refurbish 138 schools. This is welcome. But Honorable Premier, I need you to answer tomorrow whether that 7.4 billion rand is already part of the education infrastructure grant, or is it additional to what you already have? Because if it's additional, I would applaud you. I'll stand up and I'll applaud you. But if it's not, you are actually reducing the grant. So I promise I'm hoping for you. Honorable Speaker, these are the realities of our province. It's not the rose-colored glasses that the Honorable Premier sees through when he speaks of an almost 85% pass rate of the class of 2024. There's an unspoken reality behind that. One of rampant vandalism, theft, material theft, lack of proper sanitation, pit latrines, decaying schools, a clear sign that the system is failing. And it's been failing over many years. Over 3,000 schools don't have proper fencing. 427 schools are still having pit latrines. And at the bottom of 2 of those, Lagalamviki and Ungatebo, was found there. I visited Flagstaff Senior Secondary School on Monday. And what I found there was disgraceful. A few classrooms were flooded, and it's still flooded. They still have pit latrines, and it's a gross violation of human rights. It is unhealthy and a safety hazard. Yet the project of the new school for them was promised
Honorable
and
Hendricks.
abandoned in
Honorable Hendricks,
2025.
your time
Yes.
is up. Thank you very much. You did. Thank you very much.
Enjoy the muffins.
Honorable Kwanza. Honorable Kwanza, ANC. Honorable Kwanza is to our guest. Honorable Kwanza is also the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Social Development. Cogta now, sorry. Cogta. Honorable Kwanza, your 15 minutes starts now. Thank you.
Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honorable Premier, the executive members, and the members of the legislature, HODs and top officials of various departments, House of Traditional Leaders, media houses, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, including those watching us from different platforms, good afternoon. I think for starters, one is excited to have noted through the introduction by the Honorable Speaker at the beginning of the House that institutions of higher learning in our province had joined us. This has more than one benefit of them learning, but it is also for them understanding what complexities are there in the province of the Eastern Cape and what progress is being made to address those complexities. Because for every problem and for every challenge, there is a solution, and that is what the Eastern Cape is doing. Honorable members, we are approaching the 2026 local government elections, fully alive to the truth that local government is a battlefield where the struggle for freedom, equality, and dignity can be witnessed, and where success and victory thereof can be tasted. Honorable Speaker, I agree with Pete Buttigieg when he says, I quote him, in local government, it's very clear and simple to your customers, the citizens, whether or not you are delivering. Either that pothole gets filled in or it doesn't. The results are very much on display, and that creates a very healthy pressure to innovate and to deliver, close quotes. Simple put, honorable guests and viewers, success in local government is measured by actions meant to solve people's problems. The success of any government, however, is measured in a word, witnessed on the impact of its interventions on the lives of everyone, in every household. It is as simple as that. I believe, Honorable Premier, that you were emphasizing this truth in your address when you pronounced the commitment of the province and the ANC-led government to put communities at the center of their development. I do not want to mince your words. I want to quote you verbatim as you said it, and I quote you. We are ensuring that all government work is people-centered, spatially referenced, and with tangible impact on people and their communities. So profoundly said. There is nothing else that we are looking for, and there is nothing else that we are working for, is to take government back to its owners, who are the people. And that is, local government is where that happens. On challenges of institutional capacity and meager resources of municipalities, the ANC-led government is focusing on strengthening institutional capacity. This involves empowering municipalities to allocate resources effectively, to implement their projects qualitatively and to strengthen their revenue collection mechanisms and processes, whilst also enhancing effective and efficient service delivery. We are also working to improve financial management and governance within our municipalities, as highlighted by the Auditor General as a necessity in the recent report. This is the reason why, as the ANC, we applaud the vigorous implementation of the risk-adjusted strategy in its current form, with stringent monitoring and evaluation mechanisms attached to it. There is no governance and no delivery that can happen without it being monitored. These steps are guaranteed to ready our municipalities for any developmental expectations and challenges. Honorable members, we are all from a painful history of skewed service provision, which eliminated the majority of citizens, specifically Black and from rural villages and towns, with the system then placing them at the periphery of their own development. Whilst we uncompromisingly push our municipalities to perform at their optimum, we can never lose sight of this reality, this nagging truth. Municipalities are not only faced with infrastructure backlogs, but even that which exists was never meant to carry the burden resultant from a growing population that the struggles of our people have managed to liberate and place them into the center of development. It is interesting to note people here coming and going, talking about what has not been done, yet not mentioning what was not done and what has been done to address what was not done. And it's very sad, because if you look at the backlogs of all the country of South Africa before 1994, most of that backlog was in the Eastern Cape, which was divided in two different entities within itself, different governments within one government. And yet people stand here and grandstand and talk as if they were not part of that history. It's really, really worrying. Yiyo ke lento, Chair of Chairs, siye sivele sihanjelwe ngumzimba. Xa abo bebephambili ekusingcamliseni inhlenge nengququ yoko kwakusifanele, bekhwaza beqinise imiqhadi, besinyelisa ngolawulo lorhulumente lwasemakhaya, abalushiya lusekutshixizeni kwamazinyo. Phofu basayikha emsileni, bebaleka intsusa yeengxaki ezikwesa sigaba. Because the problems that people are citing here are problems that they never managed to solve. And they sort of begged for us as a backlog. And now they expect us to keep quiet. Asizukubhulishwa and asizukuvuma. Asizukuvuma ke Premier. In your words, we shall not be bullied and made to feel incompetent. Gamasela awaba eyona nto isulungekileyo nenyulu amalungelo abantu. Human rights are sacrosanct. So no person can stand here and grandstand whilst a person knows that that person benefited from the apartheid system. We can't allow that. Service delivery challenges at the local level are further compounded by meager resources confronting the municipalities. This makes them to be reliant on grants from either national or provincial government. This is an attempt by the ANC government to address the backlogs that I'm talking about, and yet we seem to be blind to that. Honorable members, whilst we applaud the improvement of the expenditure from 39% in 2022-23 to 61% in 23-24 in the MIC, the ANC is concerned that the grant expenditure fails to record 100% in addressing the infrastructure backlogs already spoken about. It is in this vein that we implore the department to fight this anomaly, strengthen its support and monitoring on municipalities in order to address this. We also call on the Premier to ensure that provincial government departments settle their debts to municipalities. As in March, the 31st of March, 2024, more than 1.8 billion was owed to municipalities. And we request that that be addressed so that municipalities can be able to meet their commitments. We applaud the fact that this debt has been reduced tremendously, but we say that, Honorable Premier, it has to be wiped off completely. As much as there is reduction on the latter amount, which I have already said, we want it to be wiped off. In this regard, the ANC hails the establishment of the Eastern Cape Municipal Governance and Support Unit, which provides technical support and capacity building to municipalities. Iyandothusa ke leyo bayibhaya ifumana support, okanye i-Nelson Mandela Metro as a municipality ifumana support. Yet, this unit has been throughout the municipalities that have problems and has identified Nelson Mandela and other 13 municipalities as critical municipalities of intervention. Iyandothusa ke lento ingathi ayihoywanga. So people stand here and tell lies. This has undoubtedly yielded improvements in the audit outcomes that have seen 20 of our municipalities obtaining unqualified audits, with a spike in clean audits, with Mnguma and Walter Sisulu amongst the most rural municipalities joining the crew of the best performers. Honorable members, to fast-track service delivery, the Eastern Cape Provincial Government allocated 1.4 billion for the 2022-23 financial year to support municipalities in delivering basic services such as water, sanitation, and electricity, some being multi-year projects. The province also implemented the Operation Maspatsane initiative, which aims to improve service delivery in municipalities. The initiative has seen in the provision of basic services to more than 100,000 households in that period alone. Honorable Speaker, or Honorable Chair of Chairs, and our viewers, kunzima kakhulu ukuplanela i-disaster, kuba akululanga ukulazi ixesha lokuza kwayo, neform ezakuza iyiyo. Ezintlekele ke ziyabathwaxa kakhulu abantu, ingakumbi abasemaphandleni nabo bangathathi ntweni. It is in this vein that we call on support to municipalities to have disaster and risk management plans in place and the disaster management centers to be strengthened and to be operational. Honorable Speaker, we acknowledge and applaud the sustenance of the JOGs, Honorable Premier, at the level of the districts, which were established during the COVID-19 era to now. Such structures are still effective even on the issues of disasters, to ensure that there is still effective communication and rapid response tools. Dine message ngoku esuka ku amathole jog about the weather threats today. So that intervention is still working. Municipalities, however, still struggle with having effective and working DDMs, and COGTA therefore needs to support them and give institutional and operational arrangements and resources to make this coordinating and planning mechanism work to our advantage. Honorable members, the ANC in its 55th conference called on upscaling initiation schools as a platform to nurture boys to manhood and to educate and sensitize them against gender-based violence. This is how sacred this custom is. It is meant to build a layer of responsible adults, conscious of societal pressures and with an understanding of a need to protect the vulnerable, which is women and children. We are concerned with deaths of initiates that continue to haunt this custom as the ANC, and we call for the department to continue doing its work hand in glove with traditional leaders and other crucial relevant stakeholders, including the families. And I repeat this, including the families, because families have to play a critical role in this custom. Government has to come and support, families have to sustain it, and to ensure that it happens according to our culture. Even here, allow me, Honorable Premier, to steal your and the President's phrase that we will not be bullied in this regard. That is the regard of initiation. This custom we vow to preserve as it defines us and who we are. So we are not going to be shaken and told that we are not doing it correctly. But what we will do is to ensure that we tighten its safety and we tighten its responsible impact on our communities. To deal with challenges facing this custom, the ANC supports the government which, when it vows to close all
1 minute left.
illegal initiation schools in the Eastern Cape, following the deaths of initiates, about 29 of them. Honorable members, the ANC welcomes the report that authorities have so far arrested 23 in connection with the deaths and have promised to prosecute those responsible, including initiation school principals for illegal circumcisions. Furthermore, the interventions for early provision of pre-screening services to would-be initiates is supported. On under-resourced traditional councils, we want to applaud the attempts by the department for the building of the Mvumelwano and the Mqhekezweni traditional councils for 2.8 and 2.1 million, respectively, in the area of OR Tambo. The awarding of bursaries to traditional leaders and the provision of transport facilities to traditional councils. We understand the work that the department is still doing to ensure that traditional councils are resourced, but we also call for the increase of security measures around the traditional leaders. We applaud the relationship that is existing between the department and
Thank you very
traditional
much, Honourable
leaders.
Member. Your
And
time
we
is up.
therefore thank the speech by the Premier, Siti Makwande.
Thank you very much. Democratic Alliance, Honorable Odendaal, your 8 minutes starts now. Thank you. Over to you.
Honourable Chair of Chairs, I think I want to start off by saying that in this House we must stop worrying about international politics and start focusing on what is happening here in our province and our inability to get the economy going. There is no denying that the biggest challenge facing the Eastern Cape remains economic growth and job creation. Jobs, jobs and jobs is the refrain that you will hear over and over from everyone that stands at this podium today. Sadly, the Eastern Cape remains the poorest province in South Africa in terms of GDP per capita. Yes, we are a rural province. Yes, we have some serious infrastructure backlogs because of our checkered past. But so has other provinces, and they seem to get it right. Limpopo's GDP per capita is now 36% higher than the Eastern Cape. Mpumalanga's 49%. The Northern Cape, 57%, and the Free State, 59% higher than ours, respectively, all of them rural provinces. Yes, we are the only province in the country with 3 international ports, 2 industrial development zones, and some of the most fertile and productive agricultural land in the world, but we can't create jobs. Forgive us our skepticism, but when the Premier says he wants to create 1 million new jobs over the next 5 years, and his track record shows us that he created almost none in the past 5 years, it is hard to believe. You see, in order to ensure we get our economy going, the Eastern Cape must be open for business. Everything we do must be geared towards retaining existing investment and attracting more local and foreign investment. So when the Premier says he wants to create 1 million jobs, and we don't hear him make commitments to sort out the massive delays at our ports that's destroying and decimating the export industry, when he fails to announce bold leaps to invest in the agricultural and tourism sectors, or make any pronouncements on real interventions to deal with the collapse of local government in the province, it hardly makes those promises credible. There was a fatal flaw in the Premier's speech on Friday. That fatal flaw was that the Premier dedicated just 1 paragraph to broken municipalities when they are the single most devastating deterrent to economic investment in the province. Right now, businesses are disinvesting in the Eastern Cape because municipalities have collapsing infrastructure. What investor in his right mind will invest in a town that has got no sustainable water or electricity supply? The provincial government should be embarrassed about the state of local government in this province. Now, a lot has been said about the unfolding water crisis. I want to talk about the unfolding electricity crisis, and that's why I've got this candle here as a symbol. Because you need a candle if you live in the Eastern Cape, because you never have a sustainable supply in electricity. Just around the corner here in Buffalo City, my house was standing without electricity for 4 months because Buffalo City couldn't fix the electricity. It is a fact that the majority of our electricity departments in the province are now factually insolvent and are losing money hand over fist. This is a crisis of mammoth proportions because our electricity departments are no longer revenue-generating entities for local government. These departments have become so dysfunctional that they are bleeding local government dry. Years of mismanagement, lack of maintenance, and the brain drain of expertise have left these electricity departments teetering on the brink of collapse. Ballooning Eskom debt is crushing our municipalities, and we have seen even the debt relief arrangements are not really assisting municipalities like Enoch Nkejima, Walter Sisulu, Nquba Yatemba, and Beyers Naudé. Last year, we saw the arrear debt of Eastern Cape municipalities exceeding 4 billion rand. If these municipalities can't even repay their debt to Eskom, what are the chances that they will ever be able to invest in an accelerated maintenance and refurbishment program? How will these municipalities survive? How will business in the Eastern Cape survive? You can't create 1 million jobs with a failing electricity network, Honourable Chair of Chairs. Whilst there is loads of potential to become South Africa's green energy capital with investment in solar, wind and hydrogen plants, this will mean absolutely nothing if we can't fix our broken municipalities and electricity departments. And let us also remember that all these municipalities drowning in Eskom debt are ANC municipalities. DA municipalities across South Africa do not owe Eskom a blue cent, just like the DA-run Kouga municipality does not owe Eskom a blue cent. It looks like the ANC is the villain in the Bond movie, and you look a bit shaken and stirred by the opposition today, I have to say. Chair of Chairs, when the Premier talks about creating 1 million jobs, we want to believe him. And we want to say, from your lips to God's ears. But we simply can't believe him if he does not address the elephant in the room, fixing our broken municipalities and fixing those municipal services. Solving our electricity problems and providing a sustainable electricity supply to our people is complex, but it is certainly fixable. And how do you do it? By 6 points. Ring-fence all electricity departments. The revenue and expenditure in electricity departments should be ring-fenced as per NERSA's licensing agreements. Money from electricity sales cannot be utilized for the cost of employment in other departments. 2, all electricity departments must do, you must listen carefully, MEC, all electricity departments must do a cost analysis to make sure that tariffs are cost reflective but also fair to the public. All electricity departments should have a turnaround plan as to how to reduce non-technical losses over the next 3 years. An electricity distribution services master plan must be created so that electricity departments can invest in infrastructure maintenance and refurbishment over the next couple of years. And we should ensure that programs and projects by IPPs for investment in renewable green energy should be pursued. The Eastern Cape we want is an Eastern Cape that works. The DA says that if you want to create 1 million jobs by 2030, Premier, game on. But let's not write checks that we can't cash. Let's fix the barrier to investment in our province so that we can pave the way for real economic growth, prosperity, and dignity to the people of the Eastern Cape. I thank you. Remember this one.
For health. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, the Premier, the Chief Whip and the Deputy Chief Whip, members of the Executive, honorable members and our guests. Before I start, I will read a message in one of the WhatsApp groups by a man called Mawaga Mfingwan. He says, "It was an overall powerful speech. I don't usually listen to these addresses, but I enjoyed his speech." This is an indication that indeed this indeed was a good speech. Honorable Premier of the Eastern Cape delivered his State of the Nation address in State of the Province address in this House on the 21st of February 2025, detailing the work that has been done by the ANC-led government. And we, as ANC, we welcome the speech. Today, I stand before you to address a fundamental pillar of our society, the right to quality healthcare for every individual. Access to healthcare is not just a privilege, it is a human right that transcends socio-economic boundaries and geographic disparities. A healthy population is the bedrock of a prosperous nation, and it is our own duty to ensure quality healthcare for all. Firstly, let us acknowledge the disparities that exist in our current health system. These disparities existed before this ANC-led government came into being. Many individuals, particularly in the rural areas, were marginalized and are facing quite a number of barriers accessing quality healthcare services. This inequality not only was unjust, but it was also detrimental to our collective well-being. 90% of the population of the Eastern Cape solely rely on the public health. The ANC program seeks to eliminate these barriers and to ensure that the majority of our people do access a better quality health care. Deputy Chair of Chairs, our fight as African National Congress has always been to ensure that our people have access to the healthcare, amongst other the fundamental rights. It is clearly defined in the Freedom Charter that a preventative healthcare system shall be run by the state. The implementation of the National Health Insurance is a bold step in addressing these disparities. This is our chosen vehicle to achieve the universal health coverage in South Africa. Central to the NHI is the ANC's resolve to uphold the principles of inclusivity, equality, ensuring that every citizen, regardless of background or circumstances, have access to the healthcare they deserve and need. As honorable members know, that Eastern Cape has been rolling out NHI in all the districts. The initial pilot districts were OR Tambo and Alfonso, befitting to the stature of our movement stalwarts. All our facilities are being prepared for ideal clinic status. To date, there are already 490 facilities that are accredited by the Office of the Health Standard Compliance, as mentioned by the Premier in his speech. To bring access closer to our people, we have upgraded clinics to be NHI compliant, so that we improve the quality and care and strengthen the primary health care system. Some of these clinics, just to mention the few, are Meje, Flagstaff, Nontyatyambo, Lusikisiki Village. Ndiyafuna ke zathori sibe zithorishile eNgcoga nase Flagstaff, zigqithe pha eLusikisiki nase kliniki zihambe ziyojonga umsebenzi wenziwa yi-African National Congress kulo rhulumente. Bangapheli indwendwe ke logic futshane nase kliniki ungagqitha nje khona honorable Makgotsi pha ugqithe ungena ujonga uba yintoni lesiyenzayo. The government of the African National Congress has led a change to ensure that rendering a free health treatment at primary health care level with a special focus on mother and children. Patients are getting free medication at primary health care level with immediate treatment available for TB and HIV treatment. There are about 659,000 patients who are HIV positive who are receiving free medication. With PEPFAR or without PEPFAR, we will continue to render those services to our people. We will not be bullied. The ANC is determined to ensure that our people live longer. It finds the expression in the government 95 strategy. The life expectancy has risen to an average of 64 years as of 2023. We are working to ensure that the life expectancy reaches 70 by year 2030, and it is indicated by the Premier in his speech. This will help us, we appreciate what the Premier is committed of the 7.1 billion that is investing in the next 5 years. This will help us as the department to continue and strengthen the preventative care. We are implementing programs such as WAPA. These programs assist us to bring services closer to our people. They do tracking and tracing to those clients that has interrupted treatment. They educate, they detect malnourished children, screening, do household interventions. As a result, in the last 3 quarters, we have managed to visit about 1,121,625 households. And the vote are showing that indeed we are in touch with our people. That is why they continue to vote for us. We continue to bring services to our people. We have established what is called district clinical specialist teams, which are visiting and are doing outreach in our communities so that we get closer to our people. Premier, the agenda of the African National Congress-led government, as led by you in this province, is in pursuit of having an excellent clinical infrastructure, continues to construct facilities to serve the people of this province, as mentioned by you and the president in the SOPA and SONA respectively. Hospitals like Cecilia Makiwane, Kotsong TP Hospital, Sipetu Hospital are but a few of the hospitals which have been built at the level never imagined before. Most of these hospitals are situated in rural areas to guarantee medical access to the poorest of the poor and the people who are living in the rural areas. Iyaqala ukwenzeka lento during the time of the ANC. As we speak, Bambisane and Stulele hospitals are under construction because modernization, improvement, and maintenance of health facilities is also equally important. But I want to address one thing on the issue of Stulele. You must tell your friend who is a member of parliament, Dr. Leroux, to leave that hospital alone. That is not a private hospital. It's a government hospital. If he wants one, he can apply. We can give him a permit. Dr. Leroux, the one who used to be a doctor in Stulele, he thinks he owns that hospital. He goes there, he instigates people, they toy, and they do everything. And you don't go and visit. I'm inviting you to, Honorable Kaule, we must go to Stulele to go and see what's going on there. The racism that is happening there, we want to deal with it. And that woman who's the CEO is not going anywhere. That woman, because we're not going to be bullied by male chauvinists that do not want to be led by women. That woman is going to remain as the CEO of Stulele. It is important to mention that prior 1994, the majority of the people, especially in the eastern part of the province, had no access to special care like the one for cancer treatment and renal treatment. And as a result, this current government has decided to construct an oncology unit in Umtata to the value of 416 million. We really appreciate the investment that is done by this government, because the people from that part of the province used to travel for days in order to access that service. And again, the establishment of the renal unit at Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital by the recently departed esteemed Professor Mashi is an answer to the cry by our people to ensure that they do receive treatment. Prof. Mashi ensured that black people on the eastern side of the Eastern Cape who were denied renal treatment by Frere Hospital in prior 1994 were receiving that service. Indeed, it was for the first time that it's happening in that part. That is why the people of the Eastern Cape will forever be indebted to Prof. Mashi for the work that he has done. He never stopped. He continued to decentralize that service, establish a unit in St. Elizabeth, and establish another one, Emadzigane Gazul. He was on the process of establishing another one in Frontier Hospital. As the department, we have also appointed 2 psychiatrists, 5 psychiatrist specialist professional nurses at Fort England, and 1 psychiatrist in Komani Hospital. These interventions are small contributions but a step in the right direction, as Komani had 1 psychiatrist in the past 10 years. We have also appointed 15 medical specialists. These include 2 obstetricians at Frontier Hospital, and an orthopedic specialist in Cecilia Makiwane, and 1 in Frontier Hospital, 4 theater specialist nurses, 1 pediatrician at Cecilia Makiwane, 1 maxillofacial specialist at Frere Hospital. This is to reduce the influx of patients to Frere Hospital, because we've identified that quite a number of patients, referral patients, were from Krisan and Jokabi. That is why we're beefing up Frontier Hospital. As a result, you no longer hear the cry about people sleeping in benches in Frere Hospital. We continue to invest in the medical technology. Just in this financial year, we have bought a mammogram machine for Frere for the value of 10 million, a CT scan for the Livingston Hospital to the value of 30 million, 2 linear machines to the value of 126 million for both Frere and Livingston, C-arm machine for Bedford Orthopedic Hospital, Oliver at El Tambo, and Livingston Hospital. For Frontier Hospital, we have bought the C-arm machine as well as specialized orthopedic table. We have bought a vitro fertility machine for Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital to the value of 15 million. It's a first of its kind. We are establishing a fertility clinic in Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital. If you have challenges in that department, don't hesitate to visit. By March, we'll be commissioning that clinic. We have also procured ICU ventilators for Livingston, and they will be delivered in mid-March. I heard that the doc upper raising about the issue of us having medical legals. Of course we agree, but one thing that we can say, with the integrated medical legal strategy assisted by the Office of the Premier, we have managed to reduce, last year in 2022, we paid about 900 million, but ever since there's been a integrated strategy, we have now reduced to 340 million. So it is indeed working, and we are going to deal with it. But one thing that we have identified that people are not saying and do not want to investigate, when we're looking at our NHLS bill, we realized that there were doctors from Western Cape that were billed in our bill as the Eastern Cape. We are still investigating that. As you always try to benchmark with Western Cape, but now we have realized that you are billing, Western Cape is billing us as Eastern Cape, and we are investigating. Honorable members, we continue to have our outreach programs throughout the province as a department with our partners. In those outreach, we provide services such as cataract surgeries, cleft lip and cleft palate, operations, psychological support, antenatal care, women's health services, just to mention the few. If you are from a rural area like me, from Lusikisiki and Flagstaff, you hardly get such a service of a pap smear in a deep rural area. But this government is able to take these services straight to the deep rural areas. In conclusion, Chair, we want to ensure that quality health care for everyone is not merely a goal. It is a moral obligation. It is important to champion policies that promote equity, accessibility, and quality in the healthcare. In celebration of the 70 years of the Freedom Charter, the ANC has been true to its covenant with the people of this country by continuously providing quality health care to them. I thank you.
I will call upon Honorable Harmse. Your 18 minutes start now.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier and his executive, honorable members of this August House, distinguished guests, and most importantly, the people of this province. I hereby observe all protocol and I wish to greet you all in the wonderful name of Jesus Christ. I would like to wish the Honorable Premier Delicious, with the sweet tongue as per the EFF, a very happy belated birthday. May God protect you, be your guide, and may He continue to give you the necessary wisdom to continue to lead the province of the Eastern Cape diligently. As I begin my opening remarks, I wish to convey my sincerest condolences to the families of the soldiers who lost their lives in the DRC. May the soul of Staff Sergeant William Kohler continue to rest in peace. I also wish to convey my deepest sympathy to the families of the 2 school children who succumbed to drowning whilst on their way home. May the Lord be close to these families in their time of pain and grief. Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier has been in this stead for the last 5 years, some 279 days and counting. Inasmuch as we are grateful for every small step in the right direction, we also have to face the stark reality and guard against gullibility. Honorable Mabuyane has a beautiful voice, but we have heard the lyrics of this song before. The striking similarities between the most recent speech and those of the past is not a coincidence. The end result is unsurprising. There is almost an immediate shying away from the plans, frameworks and projections referred to.
Sorry, honorable members, order. Please, you are disturbing the House. We are so excited. Carry on, honorable.
Okay. The striking similarity between the most recent speech and those of the past is not a coincidence. The end result is unsurprising. There is almost an immediate shying away from the plans, frameworks and projections referred to. The ANC is not convinced by its own exhausted rhetoric, yet wish to inspire confidence in the approximately 7 million people in this province. The Honorable Premier will most likely hear throughout the day's proceedings that his speech lacks specific strategies as it pertains to service delivery, job creation, economic growth, etc., because it is an unfortunate truth. The Premier refers to the employment of 20,000 people in the 4th quarter, but neglects to contextualize that many of these individuals were most likely seasonal workers and are most probably unemployed again. Claiming this as a significant decrease is at best misguided and at worst misleading. The current unemployment rate sits at 36.6% and with an expanded rate of 47.6%. This is a stark indication that the province languishes in joblessness and poverty, the youth being the greatest casualties with approximately 46% unemployment. The Eastern Cape has one of the worst unemployment rates in the country. Respectfully, it's time for us to admit to a gross economic imbalance under the leadership of the ANC prior to this term. When the Premier delivered his SOPA address in 2022, the poverty gap for households in the Eastern Cape was sitting at 12.7%. This rate has nearly doubled since then, and this casts a bleak outlook on the foreseeable future. The government's reliance on the extended public works program is not a sustainable solution. We need long-term strategies that foster entrepreneurship, attract private investment, and create tangible employment opportunities. In addition, our youth have no real social programs aimed at fostering optimal mental wellness and a skills sharpness. Economic growth is stagnant and our contribution to the GDP has been in a perpetual state of decline. People are giving up hope of employment. We are calling on the provincial government to increase its efforts to combat the issue of systemic unemployment, especially among the youth. We will continue to hold the Premier accountable to his pledge to create a conducive environment for economic growth. As the PA, we remain committed to collaborate with the provincial government to create a conducive environment for especially SMMEs to thrive and to reawaken entrepreneurship in the province. This can be achieved through leveraging innovations and technology, training opportunities and more exposure to the private sector as a starting point. As the Patriotic Alliance, we commend Minister of Sports, Arts and Culture, Honourable Gayton McKenzie, for his intervention and commitment to restoring the Orient Theatre in East London. We trust that this initiative will revitalize boxing in the region, reinforcing its status as the gateway to the province. Equally, we call on Honourable Maboyane to intervene in the matter of Victoria Grounds, a significant heritage site. With the Premier's intervention, we believe this historic sports facility can be restored to its former glory for the benefit of the community. As the saying goes, a child in sport is a child out of court. Let us work together to uplift our youth through sports development. The people of this province continue to suffer under poor service delivery. It is now of endemic proportions exacerbated by corruption and municipal maladministration. Many communities remain without access to clean and drinkable water, unreliable electricity supply or no electricity and poor sanitation. Roads are in a state of disrepair. Residents are denied access to essential services. Inadequate access poses serious health, social, and economic constraints. There are significant issues with malfunctioning traffic lights in the Nelson Mandela Bay Metro due to ongoing vandalism and a general lack of maintenance. This province is being robbed blind and millions are lost due to maladministration. Nobody is held accountable and this is pervasive throughout the province. Poor planning and lack of accountability is crippling the province's potential. The Patriotic Alliance calls for the eradication of wasteful expenditure and for transparency. What we need now is a display of trust from the provincial leadership by being transparent and accountable and taking the people into their trust. I believe in this 7th administration, we can get it right collectively. The Eastern Cape is plagued by corruption, extortion and racketeering. Despite the extortion hotline and additional deployed members of SAPS, it seems to yield no tangible results in the fight against crime. Many businesses have simply opted to close and take their money elsewhere. The ones who cannot afford to do so operate in fear. The PA calls for community safety to be made a top priority and to ensure that crime hotspots be dealt with decisively. Whilst we acknowledge the allocation of 225 million rand to support GBVF initiatives over the next 3 years, we must emphasize that this investment is simply not significant enough to combat the scourge our province is facing. The latest quarterly crime statistics paints a disturbing picture. The province ranks 3rd in the country for rape, with 149 reported cases between October 2024 and December 2024. We also rank 2nd for murder, with 54 people having lost their lives to violence during the same period. Nelson Mandela Bay has experienced 67 hijackings and 149 trio crimes, highlighting the inadequacy of our policing efforts. We are witnessing in real time SAPS being inundated by kidnappings of businessmen and women or their kin. SAPS is overwhelmed and crime intelligence is falling in on itself. The fact that Mthatha and Lusikisiki police stations are amongst the top 10 in the country for sexual offences is antithetical to the assertions of the Premier that police stations are strictly competent. The PA calls on the provincial government to bolster police resources and to strengthen collaborations with communities to ensure crime prevention, make whistleblowing fashionable by ensuring protection from retribution, and intensify the anti-extortion campaigns. Deal decisively with politicians and law enforcement officers who are part and parcel of the criminal network in the province, especially senior members of SAPS, Hawks, and crime intelligence. Honourable Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, there are some improvements in the healthcare system, but it is so insignificant that it is engulfed in the myriad of shortfalls. Public hospitals are not only a failure, but pose health risks. Poor people who do not have access to private facilities are being subjected to less than dignified treatment, and the Batupele is a principle without meaning. Staff are seriously overworked and undercompensated. They have to go to work in horrible conditions, crumbling infrastructure, staff shortages, medicine shortages, strikes and corruption within the sector is proving to be its undoing. How is it possible for the leadership of this province to claim victories when the elderly has to wait more than a day to receive necessary and life-saving care, when casualties are overflowing and many are being turned away from clinics who close early due to threats from the protection mafia? Another key factor straining the system is corruption and the mismanagement of funds. The initiative to implement the medium-term contract for maintenance is a step in the right direction. The hope is that this will provide leverage to end non-delivering contracts more swiftly and reduce corruption because there will no longer be monopoly on tenders. The priority should always have been the health of the province's citizens. There is a critical shortage of ambulances in rural areas. As a result of unchecked gangsterism and fear-mongering, emergency medical personnel refuse to enter the northern areas and deny our people of essential service delivery. In these communities, ambulances are often the only free mode of transportation in emergencies. We commend the Premier for highlighting the progress and improvement in the provincial education system, and we are very proud of the class of 2024 for the 84.98% pass rate and receiving the third most bachelor entries passes in the country. The PA equally welcomes the setting aside of the 7.4 billion rand investment to refurbish 138 schools. We urge the Premier to expedite the process, particularly at David Livingston Senior Secondary School in Gqeberha, as the project has been ongoing for years now without an end date in sight. There are not enough schools, and many of the existing schools are falling apart with no water, no windows, no educators, whilst our university churn out education graduates who will join the ranks of the unemployed. Children in rural Eastern Cape will still have pit latrines, and colored children are still profiled as gangsters and not allowed to go to school. Just recently, 2 children lost their lives trying to cross a river. Their deaths are an indictment to the leadership of this province. Their parents are mourning lives that should never have been lost in the first place. Poor parents and guardians have to fight for the placement in schools and are placed on long waiting lists because they cannot afford the registration fees on time. These same parents and the guardians who are being sidelined are the same ones whose backs the economy of the province rests, which they contribute meaningful to. At the TVET institutions and universities, NSFAS continues to disappoint and disillusion young people. They leave school with hopes of becoming a first-generation graduate, only to have to find themselves sleeping on pavements or squatting illegally, or worse, our daughters entering into transactions that compromise their morality in order to be safe while they await payouts for registration, accommodation, and food. The ANC has no plans for expanding TVET college programs or for building more institutions of higher learning to meet the growing need. The youth in this province become drug-addled shadows of themselves and turn to crime to survive, whilst the leadership of this province continue to ignore their plight. As the Patriotic Alliance, we call on the provincial government to intervene expeditiously and to not use our youth, many of whom recently voted for the first time, as voting fodder. We note the 10 billion rand allocated to the ECD over 3 years. However, we wish to remind the Premier of his 2020 commitment to register 7,000 ECD centres for 2024. We request an update on the current number of registered centres and the number of individuals that will be benefiting throughout the next 3 years. The PA cautiously notes the 35 million rand investment for 25 learners to become pilots and encourages the Premier to expand this initiative to include the rural parts of the province and for the number of learners to be increased. The Eastern Cape is a deeply uneven province which is skill deprived. Skills development often does not lead to employment or permanent employment. 10 million rand will be allocated for ocean economy. This is not sufficient to sustain and significantly boost the economy in the long term. The Honourable Premier stated in his 2020 address that 33,000 jobs were expected to be created and 10.4 billion rand was to be reinvested in the province. With a mere 10 million, we will not achieve the ambitious goal in the next 5 years or even in the near future. Instead, we risk having to extend the full implementation timeline repeatedly, leaving many people without jobs and opportunities that were urgently required. The reality is that the people of the province cannot afford to wait for these promises to materialize over an extended period. The need for job creation is dire, and the need to act swiftly and decisively even more so. If we wish to truly transform the economy and provide meaningful opportunities, we must secure more funding to accelerate the implementation of this industrialization project. As the PA, we call for additional funding to be allocated to this initiative to ensure that it is adequately resourced to deliver tangible outcomes. Moreover, we must look at the long-term impact of these initiatives, how it can drive diversification in our economy, reduce unemployment, and ensure that the benefits of industrialization reach all corners of the province. This is an opportunity to create a more resilient economy that is less reliant on the traditional sectors and more adaptable to the future. In this administration, we can only but hope that the leadership has the political will to deal with the decline of tourism in the province. We can no longer place the blame on COVID-19. Dilapidated infrastructure, unsustainable development, and crime are the key drivers of declining tourism. This in turn jeopardizes the livelihoods of many citizens and undermines the provincial economy. Tourists do not want to visit us because they are afraid of being kidnapped for ransom or being a victim of violent crimes. We as the PA urge the Premier to restore the province's reputation as a tourist destination, to invest in the promotion of the tourism and development, ramp up security and law enforcement presence to ensure the safety of the tourists and of the residents, to protect the township tourism operators against protection rackets and crime in general. We ask the Premier to do what he has been promising to do for the last 5 years, protect the businesses and people, intensify the fight against crime and ensure sustainable development for the province. In conclusion, ours is no longer such a fledgling democracy. Earning the trust of the province's millions of citizens amidst high crime rates, deep-seated corruption, failing infrastructure, water shortages, unprecedented levels of unemployment and cronyism can no longer just be taken at face value. Overcoming poverty is not a gesture of charity, it is an act of justice. It is time, Honourable Speaker, that the ruling party in this province be willing to listen to some of the constructive criticism given by opposition parties represented here, as I firmly believe we are all here to make a difference to the lives of the citizens of this province. You must be willing to do something you have never done before to get to where you have never been before. I thank you. Salute.
I'll call upon Honorable Mlokoti. Honorable Mlokoti, your 13 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of
Order,
Chairs.
honorable members.
I so wish I can get that energy of Honorable Harams. I don't know where she's getting it from. Go 7 p.m. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, greetings to yourself, to the 8th Battalion of the EFF, the honorable members, the guests that are in our gallery, or even in absentia. I will greet the beautiful SRCs of the Institution of Higher Learning that are led by the EFFSC. Ndibulise nakwimpula zikalujaca zephondo leMpuma Koloni that sent us to this house that we are representing. I'm very much hurt to enter when you were landing, Honorable MEC of Health, because I heard you speaking of machines. We are applauding that, but we are just wondering who is going to operate those machines when the Department of Health is very much understaffed. Honorable Speaker, every time we gather here to hear what the Premier has planned for this province, we are reminded that we are here to hear stories and empty promises. The Premier stood before the people of this province and told them beautiful lies of what will be done, reciting the same old poem of sweet empty nothings. We have had a total of 7 State of the Province addresses by the Premier, but what do we have to show for that? As you stated in your 2019 SOPA address, we must talk less, we must do more, and we must open lines of communication with our people. However, you told us nothing but misleading victories. What the Honorable Premier failed to acknowledge is that his administration is overseeing the total collapse of governance in our municipalities and a healthcare system that is failing the most vulnerable. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs has become a department of crisis management rather than proactive service delivery. Over 18 municipalities are classified as dysfunctional, yet no real intervention has been done to address the financial mismanagement and the poor governance in these municipalities. Corruption is rife, with over 4 billion in irregular expenditure in municipalities, but you have not said anything in your speech that will address this. The most alarming being the fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to an estimation of 2 billion in King Sabata Dalindyebo local municipality. But without resolving this issue, your government wrote off 1 billion instead of holding the responsible parties accountable. This is money that could have fixed Indlela zaseMthatha or prevented the water crisis that spans over 20 years. And further mhlambi ngeyifezekise namaphupha oba iKSD ibe yimetro le mali. The people of Ngobo had to take this government to court to force it to complete the Nogala Bridge. This is a bridge, Deputy Chair of Chairs, where almost 10 million was sent on just in digging in Donga and erecting some random pillars. This is a matter the EFF has raised to local, provincial, and national government with no response over the years. That is how broken this system is. Citizens are now fighting the government in court to get service delivery they were promised by this very same government. Premier, you have been speaking about economic development, yet your government in 2022 wasted 35 billion of the 60 million state-sponsored cattle and sheep in Butterworth, just 4 years after its expected completion date. Your government deprived Tuwa of 11.4 million that was meant to upgrade an estimate of 1,642 homes when 270 million was unspent by your Human Settlement Department. Your government, Premier, uprooted and left 39,220 families living in dilapidated corrugated iron homes when there was a budget that was meant for this relocation for the supposed project that was never completed. You have failed the people of Tuwa, Premier. You left them living in poor quality houses, no plans to better their living conditions, and you stood here and told us there will be more work and less talk. Premier, you mentioned your planned interventions of visiting places such as Greece and Italy with the hope to attract investors who could possibly partner with your government to unlock the ocean economy. Yet, when you addressed this House in 2019, you stated that a launch will be done for the master plan of the ocean economy that will speak about ways to improve the conditions of the fishermen and other promises. Yet, throughout your following SOPAs of the 6th administration, you have failed to mention anything about the ocean economy, besides a line about ushering in another promise that it will be dealt with in the 7th administration. What happened to the ocean economy master plan? The Eastern Cape has far more tourism attraction points besides Mkambati, Tsitsikama, and Hawksburg. There are places such as Hole in the Wall, Coffee Bay, Morgan's Bay, and Seaview, but the roads to these places are a disaster. These places hold great potential of producing economic growth for the province, job creation, and the infrastructure development. Your ocean economy development, ikhona nakwezindawo Mhlekazi. When was the last time you set foot in these places to see the state of these roads? When have you last visited these places to see the possible infrastructure development? Your focus is established and forgetting our people as Lalini. There is the Amatola Sun Hotel and Casino that is just sitting there, getting vandalized, wasting away Upper Ebisho, a place that holds so much potential to foster investment, grow the economy, and create jobs for the Bisho and surrounding communities. Yet the Premier has nothing to say about it. Kodwa uthi iBisho izawuba into enhle ningazange nayibona kule minyaka izayo. Isn't crossing all the T's and dotting all the I's mean that you look at all possible avenues for job creation, boosting the economy, and ensure that the poverty line in your province is decreased by reaching all possible corners to grow it? This province is facing a crisis when it comes to gender-based violence and femicide. Yet the Premier stood before this House and only spoke 4 lines about the matter. In 2024, you only mentioned that you marched hand in hand to demonstrate our disgust against incidences of gender-based violence. Throughout the 7 SOPA speeches you've presented before this House and the people of the Eastern Cape, there is no definite plan in place to assist the victims of GBV. There is no plan of action in place that will assist in ensuring that there is a DNA lab that will focus on processing the DNA for GBV cases and other major crimes in the province, and that we don't solely depend on the lab in Cape Town that services the entire country. A motion was presented last year to this House by the EFF addressing the total number of reported sex crimes in this province for the quarter of July to September 2024, being 1,843 rape crimes. This province recorded the 2nd highest rape rate with about 23 victims per 100,000 people. In October 2024, 5 matric students from Jongindaba Senior Secondary School were sexually assaulted in their homes. Yet, Premier, your speech spoke nothing about ensuring that there are Tutuzela care centers that are operational 24/7 across the province. Your speech, Premier, spoke nothing about ensuring that there are victim-based support officers that are located in every police station. Your speech, Premier, spoke nothing about ways to assist the victims of GBV post-court. The perpetrators will be sent to rehabilitation centers, get a chance to study, receive 3 meals a day, while the victims' lives are destroyed for life. There are victims that have mental disabilities who need further assistance post-crime. There are victims who were their families' last hope at betterment, but you find them unable to move forward after the crimes against them. And the government only focuses on the perpetrators and nothing is done to assist these victims. The perpetrators are sent to mental institutions if they are deemed mentally unfit to be with the society, but the victims are left out and not cared for. But they are the ones that need the most assistance. The government does not care about the victims. If you won't care, Premier, who will? During his address, the Premier should have declared dysfunctional municipalities as crisis zones and outlined practical steps to be taken to place them under administration. Should have committed to conduct a full forensic audit into municipal finances with a focus on recovering looted money, wasteful expenditure, and ensuring the arrest of all implicated individuals. The Premier should have spoken to revamping the health system by hiring the unemployed doctors and nurses who have been forced to spend their valuable time and skills protesting. His address should have spoken on how his government plans on fixing the collapsing hospital infrastructure and prioritizing oncology and other limited specialized services such as pulmonologists. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, we have seen this government lie to the people year after year. We are not going to be fooled, and neither are the people of the Eastern Cape. If the Premier refuses to act, if COGTA refuses to fix governance, if the Department of Health refuses to fix hospitals, then the people will act. And when they do, they will find the EFF standing with them, fighting for justice, fighting for dignity, and fighting for a province that actually serves its people. The picket lines are now our permanent home. I thank you.
I will call upon Honorable Ewers. Your 8 minutes starts now.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier, Honorable Members, all protocol observed, molweni goeiedag, good day. This is what the collapse of government looked like to the majority of residents in the Eastern Cape. This is how thousands collect and store water, often from compromised rivers, streams, and water sources shared with livestock. The water crisis is not just a service delivery failure, it is a fundamental barrier to a better life for the people of the Eastern Cape. We must acknowledge that our people live in extreme poverty and in dire need of job creation and economic growth. Yet how do we address this crisis when something as basic as water remains out of reach? Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier has mentioned previously, and I quote, "All of this good work indicates that access to clean drinking water is no longer a dream, but a lived reality for our people," end quote. Let me highlight how this dream has turned into a nightmare. Water services in the Eastern Cape has significantly deteriorated over the past decade. Amatola District Municipality is down from 80.2% in 2014 to 59.5% in 2023. Joe Gabi District Municipality is down from 74.7% in 2014 to 56% in 2023. Alfred Zo District Municipality is down from 62.9% in 2014 to 54.8% in 2023. 25,000 households, including elderly women and children in the Njela village in Port St. John's, rely on unsafe water sources as rivers, streams, and dams, and are forced to share drinking water with livestock due to irregular, safe, and potable water supply and infrastructure. Long-term water shortages persist in areas like Mahosheni and Mocheni villages and Mtokozini villages near Coffee Bay, despite nearby towns receiving regular supply of water. The increase in waterborne diseases include recent E. coli outbreaks in Nelson Mandela Bay municipality is a matter of immense concern. Ndithetha apha nje, kumasipala wasesakisizwa ekho wamanzi awekho ziveki. In Chris Hani, district taps run dry, yet residents are built with water they never received. Leaks take months to repair, sometimes they are simply ignored. Poor planning in growing municipality means no provision for additional dams or infrastructure. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, water is a basic right, yet mismanagement and corruption threaten this essential resource. A forensic report in the Amatola Water Board revealed secret meetings between its leadership, Deputy Minister David Mahlobo, and politically connected business people. This corruption threatens to destabilize water security in our province. The Premier also said that water provision in our province is not only priority for citizens, but also for businesses. Yet the manufacturing industry thirsts for water. Without it, they will choose other provinces over ours to quench that thirst. Our tourism sector, paraded as a growing industry, is at risk of drying up along with our taps. Hospitality businesses are barely staying afloat. How will the Premier's vision of 100 optimized farms and 10,000 hectares of irrigated land be fulfilled without addressing our water crisis first? And let's not forget our rural communities, where livestock farming is a critical livelihood, is crying for water. Honorable members, at the risk of milking metaphors is the Premier's One Household, One Garden initiative, a mirage in waterless desert. It is almost impossible to expand food security, let alone commercialize such production without effective water supply. In his State of Province address, the Premier quoted the late ANC President Oliver Tambo, who said, "The children of any nation are its future." Not long ago, during school oversight visits, we witnessed principals and teachers dreaming of a basic necessity, flushing toilets. It is a dream to replace dangerous pit toilets and ensure the safety of our primary school children. Honorable Premier, are you not embarrassed that this fundamental right will continue to be a distant dream for our nation's future leaders? Are we content to let our children, the very future of our country, be denied their basic dignity and safety? Kusekho abafundi abasebenzisa amathafa njengendawo zangasese, sisidima esi. Emva kweminyaka engaka, amanzi ingxaki ezikolweni. Honorable members, this dire water supply situation can be overcome. Koga municipality right here in the Eastern Cape is evident of that. Their investment in critical infrastructure upgrades resulted in 2 boreholes in St. Francis Bay at a cost of 3 million. The restoration of the Paradise Beach water tower at a cost of 9.7 million. The refurbishment of the Hanki water treatment plant at a cost of 5 million, and the Kwanomzamo wastewater plant upgrade at a cost of 42 million. The DA-run municipality also managed to reduce reliance on dam water from 70% to 35%, shifting supply to boreholes and underground sources as they completed 5 advanced water purification plants, the largest in Africa, using processes for municipal water supply. These efforts secured top-tier performance recognition, 91% rating in a Blue Drop report for water management. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the solution to our water challenges are not rooted in excuses, but in action. By combining our hearts and our minds, we can transform our water supply strategy and build a better tomorrow for all. The communities of the Eastern Cape deserve a meaningful life of dignity. In conclusion, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'd like to present this bucket to our Premier as a reminder of the realities the people of our province face on a daily basis. I thank you.
Order, honorable members. I'll call upon Honorable Mkocho. Your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Greetings to you, greetings to the Honorable Premier, honorable members, officials, and the people of the province. UDM notes the Premier's speech, which outlined a plan to be followed in trying to attend to people's needs and challenges in our province. Our participation in governance as UDM seeks to assist in ensuring that we work according to systems determined by the legislation, provide advices, and ensure that we defend the progressive gains attained in our struggle for freedom despite our differences. We also appreciate the strides made in trying to shape our province to be a better world where people can claim it is a better place to live, but concerned about the shortfalls and the pace under which the province is developing. There may be many noted as gaps, but I will mention the few. The dilapidated infrastructure, which is a problem, poor service, and poor management of our hospitals is a cause for concern that requires attention to improve the situation. Our roads are in bad conditions, denying people the right to access healthcare facilities. Our communities are victims of domestic violence, crime, and extortion. Their safety rights are being violated in that process. All these challenges need a maximum cooperation, and we must have a common goal to shape our province in order to serve our people. The common goal could create for us a space of coming together for a benefit of the people in building a peaceful and respectful society that is able to focus on addressing people's needs. Abantu ke Honorable Premier baseXhosa bebekumamele pha ngokubusenza esi speech sakho, baqaphela okokuba iXhosa ibikhe yadeclarishwa njengeyona ndawo ihluphekileyo apho i-statistics sibonisa into yoba abantu balangingqi baxhomekeke kakhulu kule nto ye-social grants. Bebecinga ke into yoba noko uyawukhe ugxile kuloo ndawo, okanye uba ukwazanga ugxila, you find a plan as to how do you assist them. Remember, honorable members, that our province is the home of the legends. Therefore, we must set a good example of creating a harmonious province in a free country as liberated by freedom fighters. That environment is deserved by our children and future generations, and it further compels us to do what is right for them. We must learn to take responsibility for our actions and listen to people's concerns. Again, we must be leaders who are able to bring solutions to problems. There must be a commitment and undertaking for the state to address service delivery issues, not because we respond to service delivery protests. And that could only happen when we are ready to account for our work and improve on public participation. A fair distribution of resources in our region is needed when we plan in order to address the imbalances, both in developmental and economic viability. The capacity of the municipalities should be improved in increasing funding, and proper mechanism of monitoring the use of the funds should be strengthened. We must always take into account that service is what life is about. Again, keep in our minds that people's engagement into the struggle for freedom was not about gaining popularity or self-enrichment, but is about better life and for them to be free from bondages and systems of oppression. It is in that context that we must value our people, respect them, and be able to carry their mandate, and recognize them on what they bring to society to make a difference. Our agreement with people to change and transform the system is not based solely on Congress ideas, but on achievement of the total independence of our people of South Africa. I thank you.
I'll call upon Honorable Gaya. Your 15 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Chief Whip, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, members of the Provincial Legislature, and our esteemed guests. Ndinibulisa ngegama elihle elinguYesu Kristu. Nifanelwe nguYesu. I also wish I could have the same energy that Honorable Logoti had. Honorable Speaker, the revolutionaries in this country are celebrating 70 years since the Congress of the People gathered in Kliptown in 1955 to craft a way forward for a prosperous South Africa. The Freedom Charter emerged as a milestone and a guiding document for our revolution. The Freedom Charter said there shall be security and comfort. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, we shall anchor our debate on strengthening law enforcement and community resilience, a united front against crime, corruption, and gender-based violence and femicide. Honorable members, the ANC has long stopped making promises, but making commitments. We have been consistently making commitments to strengthen law enforcement. This commitment was evident when we had to deal with extortionists in Or Tambo District and Nelson Mandela Metro Municipality. The response of the police on the challenges of extortion must be commended. Honorable members, as the ANC, we have recognized that crime has adverse effects on the GDP of the province. If criminals are left unabated, the investors will not come and invest in our province. And those that are here will leave, and this will also will increase the unemployment rate in our province. To strengthen law enforcement in our province, the Provincial Development Plan reports that we will implement the Safer City model in Nelson Mandela Metro Municipality, Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality, and King Sabata Dalindyebo Municipality. The presidential intervention has helped us with an increase of human resources to deal with crime in our province. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the ANC-led government has strengthened anti-corruption agencies such as Hawks to combat corruption and ensure accountability. The Office of the Premier in the Eastern Cape has taken several initiatives to tackle crime and corruption. One key strategy is the establishment of Provincial Anti-Corruption Forum, which aims to promote transparency and accountability in government. Further implemented lifestyle audits for the Premier and members of the Executive, ensuring that leaders are held accountable for their actions. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the ANC has emphasized the importance of consequence management and referral of matters to law enforcement agencies, regardless of the individuals involved. To combat corruption, the Office of the Premier has implemented various measures, including willful whistleblowing mechanisms, allowing individuals to report corrupt activities anonymously. We also enhance law enforcement through initiatives such as school safety patrols and social crime prevention programs. Honorable members, we acknowledge that our borders possesses significant challenges, including stock theft. The ANC is committed to securing our borders, and we have established village committees to address stock theft in 10 most affected areas. And akuyo kuphela, amapolisa alapha asebenza hand in hand with nearby countries like that of Lesotho. Gender-based violence and femicide continues to haunt us as the people of this province and the country. Women and children continue to die in the hand of men in our country. It is tragic that women lose their lives in the hands of their intimate partners. The Provincial Medium-Term Development Plan has 5 pillars as a response to the scourge of gender-based violence and femicide. These 5 pillars, Honorable Voko, must never run dry of funding. Enye into efuneka singayihlekeli apha kweli phondo kukubulawa kwamaxhegwazana atyholwa ngokuthakatha. We must have community engagements where we will engage communities on this subject. As the African National Congress-led government, we are committed in ensuring that we fight gender-based violence and femicide. The response by the provincial government must be commended. These responses include the trauma debriefing and psychological support to survivors and families of victims. The DNA lab in Kabeja helps investigators to get DNA results timelessly. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the African National Congress declared this year as the year of renewal to make the ANC a more effective instrument of the people to achieve the vision of Freedom Charter. The people shall govern, the people shall share in country's wealth. As the ANC government, we are dedicated to collaboration with communities in fight against crime. We have, having established community policing forums and street committees to foster participation. Shared Honorable Ngaba is not here. I will then address Honorable Premier. We acknowledge that there are individuals within the police force who are working with criminals. We must take decisive actions to eliminate these rogue elements with our police service as they jeopardize community trust and safety. Because these elements make it difficult for good police to do their job diligently. The root elements make it difficult to the communities to report their cases because they will report to the same criminals. Protection of whistleblowers must be the priority of this government if we are to get involvement of communities. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Community Policing Forum was established with the aim of involving community members in the policing strategies. This was a deliberate effort to address the apartheid style of policing, where the police officers were enemies with the members of the public. The CPFs in the main bridge the gap between the police and communities in addressing challenges of crime. Community Policing Forum is an integral part of the community policing strategy adopted by the South African Police Service. For policing to be successful in this strategy, the members of the community must work closely with the police. Honorable Speaker, the ANC government is committed to law enforcement in our province through working with our communities. We have established about 1,000 community safety brigades to deal with crime prevention. Honorable Speaker, our state president said, we will not be bullied. Nathi ke apha ephondweni sithi we will not be bullied. We must not be bullied by criminals in our province, whilst we have police, and the police must not be bullied whilst they have firearms. They must do whatever that is within the law to protect the people of our province. There is a new emergence of taxi operators who are violently stopping other vehicle operators from picking up hitchhikers. This must be stopped, and the law enforcement must do what is necessary to deal with this issue. Honorable Premier, kukho ke naba bangabagxeki bengasoze bayazi ukuba kwenziwani xa kusakhiwa. Bathetha nje kuba imilomo. On that note, in conclusion, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we join the Honorable Premier in extending our wishes to Lieutenant General Mene well in her retirement. Thank you very much, Dakfumana.
Thank you, honorable members. I will call upon Honorable Kaule. Your 8 minutes starts now.
Okay, I'm targeting him tonight. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Honourable Premier, members of the Legislature, officials and guests, I greet you all this evening. Honourable Premier, with your rose-tinted glasses, your beautiful singing voice, your lovely lips, what else, your deliciousness. You're starting to sound like a Barbie doll. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, on a recent oversight visit to a tertiary hospital in Gqeberha, I had a rather heartbreaking conversation with a young registrar who said, and I quote, "It breaks my heart that we cannot give our patients the surgeries they need because many of them are the only breadwinners in their family and they cannot work if they cannot function. But our hands are tied." Let us just think about that for a minute. This is the lived reality of our specialists, doctors and nurses. They have the skill and dedication, but a failing system is crippling them. They cannot fulfill their Hippocratic oath, that of saving lives, because their hands are tied. How bad is it? At Frere Hospital, 1,771 people are waiting for orthoplasty surgeries, hip replacements, knee replacements, etc. However, due to critical shortages of surgeons, functional theatres, and suppliers who no longer trust the department to pay its bills, only 4 surgeries can be done per month. That means it will take 44 years to address the backlog. 44 years. And that doesn't even include pediatric or sports injuries. The situation is not much better at Livingston. Honourable Deputy Chair of Chairs, this is not just about healthcare. This is about livelihoods. This department's financial mismanagement is contributing to the jobs bloodbath in this province. Hundreds of people on these waiting lists are in no condition to work anymore. Many of them are the only breadwinners in their families. And what about those who take time off work to get the health care they desperately need, only to queue all day and then to be turned away, deprived of both treatment and their daily wage? Should they try again tomorrow? Why should they even have to choose? Honourable Premier, through you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, why are you forcing people to make these choices when you have the power to change this? If you cannot make the changes yourself, we will help you when we share power. What arrogance can ignore such suffering? You should be humbled like the people of this province who are humbled daily by their suffering. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier spoke of the oncology centre being built at the Nelson Mandela Academic Hospital in Mthatha, which should have been functional by 2021. The real problem is that you cannot retain the right calibre of specialists in the crime-ridden Mthatha, so many cancer patients from there are decanted back to Gqeberha's Provincial Hospital for treatment. While the treatment at Provincial is still world-class, the buildings are dilapidated and tell a horror story of neglect and rot. Most of our hospitals are suffering the same fate. Maintenance is a swear word, yet we have an infrastructure program. What for? Our hospitals don't even have doctors because the jobs this government promised them have not materialized. If you are not ashamed, Premier, you should be. Furthermore, retired employees of this department, such as Muriel Magakaza, who have fought for years and years to have their pensions revised and their leave paid out to them, it has not happened. Decades of service, and this is how you treat them. It's a disgrace. Deputy Chair of Chairs, the Premier speaks about investing 7.1 billion in the 7th administration to prevent maternal and child mortality, chronic diseases, mental health diseases, and severe acute malnutrition. This is very pleasing to note, and I sincerely hope that the money is spent responsibly and reaches the people it is intended for. I say this because commitments in this department do not always materialize. I think of the recommendations of Professor Mkhize, the Health Ombudsman, in 2018. Only 3 of those recommendations are currently or have been actioned since then, and the mental health pandemic has spiraled entirely out of control. One only has to walk down any street in any village or town to see mental health patients living on the streets because their families and their government have abandoned them. I posit that 7.1 billion is woefully inadequate, even if spent on mental health alone. Severe acute malnutrition has become more prevalent in recent years and is symptomatic of poverty caused by joblessness. We are reminded of the desperate mom who took the lives of her children and herself last year because she could no longer afford to keep them alive. That mom had every right to live a life of meaningful dignity, and her children had every right to hope for a bright future. If you don't feel ashamed, Honourable Premier, you should. Deputy Chair of Chairs, this department's financial recovery plan and its abject failure is destroying healthcare, as well as impacting on every other department in this province. I shall use an analogy. The Eastern Cape is a patient. The Department of Health is a patient with gangrene in both legs, caused by medico-legal claims, mostly cerebral palsy related. The poorly qualified doctor is the financial recovery plan. I say poorly qualified because accruals and payables have doubled from 4 billion to 8 billion in the 4 years since the recovery plan was introduced. The gangrene in the patient's right leg is called a bloated provincial administration, made up of millionaire managers whose only qualifications are political patronage and cadre comfort. The gangrene in the patient's left leg is called non-core programs. Their nicknames are infrastructure and health education. The only way to save the patient with gangrene is to cut off the infected limbs, otherwise the patient will die. The doctor wants to save the whole patient, but his treatment is so bad that the patient starts catching other medico-legal diseases due to gross negligence, chronic shortages of medicines, shortages of functional theatres, and years-long surgery waiting lists. This means that the department has chosen to protect the gangrene at the expense of adequate healthcare services for the patients in our province. If you are not ashamed, Premier, you should be. My strong advice, amputate those gangrenous legs. Infrastructure belongs in public works and health education belongs in our many universities. Number 2, cut the cadres and cronies at provincial head office. Number 3, Premier, please look at the numbers. They don't lie. And then put aside your ego, develop the political will And fourthly, place the department under administration before you have more blood on your hands. Thank you.
I will call upon Honorable Matigizela. Your 13 minutes starts now.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, Utata Mampofu, kufuneka egwetyiwe. Ndijonge yena mna konkoku. Premier, umuntu obekubophelela iteam namhlanje ingathi uyijijile. I-defenders zakho ziqalile. So awusena defense ngoku. Ndizothetha unothanda ke Premier. On a serious note, on a serious note, Chair of Chairs, let me greet yourself, the EFF leadership led by the Provincial Chair, Honorable Premier, guests basekhona, and abantu base Eastern Cape bebonke. But let me also take this opportunity to thank this House for the support rendered to us during our difficult time of bereavement. When we lost our father, who was 78 years old, it was indeed painful. We were able to carry the burden because of the messages of support we received from the members of this House, members of the party he served and belonged to, which is African National Congress, but mostly members of the party I belong to, and most of the family members, which is EFF. Mr. Pazamile Madigizela played an extremely crucial role in my political conscience. In 1995, he introduced me in many political material which I had serious difficulty to understand at the time. It was very difficult to understand into ngelo xesha. The greatest thing is that in all my political decisions, he always supported me, including leaving ANC in 2008. We left together, though on his final days, he rejoined the ANC. I committed to him when he was still alive that I will never join the ANC in my life. Even if I were to grow to the age of 78 years, still I would not join the ANC. Speaker, one of the reasons, Speaker, is that we have to strengthen this democracy of this country. But also, I'm certain most of you here today will accept that EFF remains the only hope for our people. EFF, under the stewardship and capable leadership of President Julius Malema, convened a successful third NPA in December 2024. And in this year, it convened a successful plenum in which it declared year 2025 year of picket lines. Premier, last Friday, you boasted about economic advancements, citing initiatives like Kucha Development Corporation and Industrial Development Zone. Just a slight reminder, Premier, almost all your species, including those of your predecessor, Pumulo Maswale, have constantly mentioned these initiatives, including Wild Coast Special Economic Zone. But let's be honest to the people of Eastern Cape, that the Wild Coast Special Economic Zone is forever a pipe dream project. Let's tell the people of the Eastern Cape that the Department of Economic Development has dismally failed to account on how many jobs are created by Kucha, and IDZ. And Nigumpa, Ma'am Peters. Premier, the unemployment rate the unemployment rate remains very high since you occupied the position of the Premier. Premier, you talked on ocean economy. But indeed, we appreciate that yourself and the MEC of Economic Development have listened to us as the EFF for the exploration of oceans economy. However, you have a duty to trust us with capacity to guide you further on this matter. If prides prevent you from seeking advice directly from us on the subject, you can use the archives of this House. On the 26th November 2024, we presented a clear motion on what must be done. Your researchers can use that motion as a base. In that motion, Premier, we even recommended the countries that you can also use for benchmarking, which include Mauritius and Seychelles. Currently, Mauritius is able to generate at least $400 million on aquaculture, coastal tourism, and energy innovation. Therefore, before coming to present here, Premier, the department and your office researchers must produce a fully cooked plan, not a half-cooked concept. The concept must as far to ensure the following does happen: protecting and expanding locally owned marine industries. This must include sustainable fishing cooperatives, aquaculture projects, and tourism initiatives run by our people. Investment in coastal infrastructure and harbors to allow small-scale fishers and traders to expand their businesses. Drafting policies that ensure local entrepreneurs benefit first from marine resources instead of selling our ocean wealth to the highest bidder. Job creation within existing industry rather than relying on speculative foreign investment that rarely yield results, real employment for our people. The ocean's economy should be the driver of self-sustaining local prosperity, not shortcut to handing over control of our coastal line to the foreign corporations. Nkulumbuso, you must prioritize empowering our own people before you go globe-trotting in search of another investor to dictate our economic future. Nkulumbuso uthethe ngokubana kuzawuchithwa imali engango-168 million kulutsha okanye kumashishini aownwa lulutsha apha eMpuma Koloni. Uba uyawukhumbula ke Premier, akunqabile into kokubana xa kuzochithwa le mali zibonakala adverts that talk about how to apply and how to access these funds. So in the future, ke Premier, we advise into kokubana this must be an open process. But outside that, Premier, we can also guarantee you that in 2028 we will be here to also ensure that we hold you accountable. Honorable Premier, it's interesting how bold you became when presenting roads which are being constructed in this province. Your boldness immediately indicated that you are about to mislead our people. Very few among the roads you mentioned are being built by your provincial government, in which you justified that the entity which accounts to the national government, which is Central, is building on behalf of ANC government. Premier, ulibele, this country is under GNU. It's not under ANC government. Premier, your speech is written by very ignorant people. In the Eastern Cape, there is no road, even gravel, that connects Sipaqeni and Tabankulu. and technically impossible to have such road. Actually, it's not needed. Fine. The road you might be referring to is Plangeni to Ndabankulu, which joins R61 between Lusigisi and Flagstaff. Yes, I'm immediately dragging your attention, the attention of this House in this premiere because in your boastfulness, you claim number of projects that are under construction in this province. Reality, very few roads are being done through the Department of Transport. In 2021, your government declared there will be a construction of R61 from Makusheni to Flagstaff. The road is still as dangerous as it was before. No construction is taking place. Phikisa ke Mamuchapha. There is no road that is taking place there. It's one of the many unfulfilled promises your government has made. The rural roads are in dire situation under your government, Premier. Your government promised to build a road from R61 to Major Community Healthcare Center, which is built on the birthplace of a struggle stalwart, Mamuwinit Madikizela Mandela. But unfortunately, your SOPA of this year was unable to give us an update about this particular road.
Sorry, Honorable, 2 minutes left.
Okay. Premier, they are very important. You will not disorganize me. I'm here. I will focus and I will speak here. Premier, there are very important sectors that you also mentioned into a train, Leo, the high-speed train. Premier, let me tell you, that ambition is correct. But unfortunately, Premier, it remains a dream. You must remember that you do not have rail infrastructure as things stands. And you also do not have the team. As you will remember that you do not have an MEC in that department, you do not have an HOD. There are people, those are the people who are not doing anything in this work. But also lastly, Premier, is a similar example of quoting Sandral, where you are quoting AXA airports, that is Port Elizabeth and East London. Those are not your airports, Premier. Your airports is Mthatha and Bulimbu that are under your government. And those airports are not working currently, Premier. Only one flight is flying to Mthatha. Then let's come back to Bulimbu. Bulimbu only worked when your friends landed, bringing a 20 million cash that no one ever accounted for. Thank you very much, Premier.
I'll call upon Honorable Kasim. Your 11 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs. Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, I'd like to begin by reflecting on the argument that has been presented between the ANC and the DA in the House today. And I can't help, Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, when listening to the ANC's argument, which essentially is that we have made progress since 1994, that life has been made better for people of the Eastern Cape, and therefore we have the right to pat ourselves on the back for the work that has been done. And when listening to this argument, one can't help but be reminded of an abusive spouse in a relationship that reminds the abused spouse of what he or she have done for the spouse and said, listen, this is what I have done for you. Nobody else can do better for you, and nobody else can love you better than what I love you. Now, this argument was best contained by Honorable Konza. And Honorable Konza said that it's sad that the people who come and stand here, I'm sure she's referring to members of the opposition, and talk about what has not been done without talking about what has been done, and that the Eastern Cape had the most backlogs pre-1994, and some of us come and stand here as if we were not part of this history. Now, Honorable Konza, let me tell you, I find that comment highly insulting. I was not part of apartheid history. My family was part of the liberation struggle, as part of the ANC, by the way, in this country. And many of the members here have been part of opposing the oppression and the injustice that should never visit our country again. And let me also remind you that the new National Party eventually merged with the ANC, you remember Kortbroek? Eventually merged with the ANC and therefore found their ultimate home, the party of apartheid, in the ranks of the ANC, not in the ranks of the DA. But let me get back to the argument. The argument cannot be that the ANC says to our people, because we have done something, therefore you should be grateful to us because life is better. Yes, we agree, life is better. But the counter-argument through you, Deputy Chair of Chairs, to the Premier, is that whether or not life is improving and whether or not life could have been better for our people under a different spouse for our people. And I refer you, for example, and perhaps the Honorable Mani Lusiti can take note, to the Blue Drop report of 2023 that spoke about the decline in water quality to our people between 2014 and 2023. Now we're talking about comparing ANC government to ANC government under the new administrations. Amatole District Municipality, quality of water, 80.2% in 2014, 59.5% 2023. Chaugabi District Municipality, 74.77% to 56% 2023. Alfred Nzo, 62.9 to 54.8. Chris Hani District, listen to this one, Premier, 83.45% to 45.3%. Clearly, you are not loving our people in the way that they deserve to be loved, with dignity, to give them a meaningful life that they deserve. And let me tell you that our people are not fooled. This is why in last year's elections, the ANC at a national level were humbled to 40% of the vote, which is why you were forced into a GNU. And if you look at the latest polling that was released by the Social Research Foundation, the ANC polls have decreased from 40% last year to 31% currently, whilst the DA's polls have increased from 22% to 25%. Now, you could ignore what our people are saying. You could say that in the Eastern Cape, the ANC has held firm. You could make the argument that Honorable Mabuyani have retained a majority, unlike Honorable Lesufi, who went to under 40% in the last elections. However, the people of the Eastern Cape are under no illusions that had they not humbled the ANC at a national level and brought them to 40%, then right now we would all be paying 17% VAT. Because even ANC members themselves have categorized or described your finance minister as arrogant and not listening to his own party. And I'm not saying other parties, Honorable Haramsa didn't oppose it. Many parties opposed it. But the truth is, the ANC could not pass the budget without the DA's numbers in the GNU. And if it was not for the DA forced to be part of this government by the people of this country, we would all be paying 17% VAT. Now let me get to the SONA debate, because I traveled to SONA with Honorable Manyati, Honorable Tibos, and Honorable Williams was there as well. I see he has left the chamber. And there was something that really concerned me. There was something that really concerned me, Honorable Premier. Our province was not represented in the debate of SONA. Honorable Lusufi, who couldn't get more than 40%, was given a platform. And yet, maybe you could not be there, I don't know, Honorable Premier, but at least your MEC Williams should have been given a platform if we are taken seriously as a province. Northwest, Limpopo, Mpumalanga were all given a platform. And it takes me, perhaps, to the lies that we are being fed by the Honorable Williams. And let me just mention a few of them. Honorable Williams says that job creation has been growing since 2019. I'm sure when Honorable Khune, where's Honorable Khune? When Honorable Khune was speaking about cognitive dissonance, he was speaking about the Honorable Williams. Because the Honorable Khune himself repeats the same lie. He says, in May 2019, when Oscar Mabuyane became the Premier, unemployment has decreased since then. Now, I'm not sure if it's a quality of the research being done in the ANC caucus. But let me help you. In May 2019, when Premier Oscar Mabuyane took office, there were 1.208 million unemployed South Africans in the Eastern Cape. As of the recent statistics in 2024, there are 112,000 more unemployed South Africans in your province, Premier, at 1.32 million unemployed. And our unemployment rate, let's look at the rates, has increased. No, let's look at the rate because that doesn't look at population. Let's look at the rate. The rate have increased in 2019, the narrow rate, from 35.4% unemployed to 36.6% in the latest statistics. The expanded rate have increased from 46.5% to 47.6%. Let me also remind you, Honorable Premier, that being in denial of the lived realities of our people is not going to convince our people not to also realize that maybe they need to humble the ANC in the Eastern Cape in the same way that they humbled the ANC at the national level. Because the DA can be a better lover. The DA, in the last term, created 78% of all net jobs that were created in South Africa over that period. And in the latest labor force statistics, the DA created...
Sorry, Honorable. Honorable Fitlan.
Just to check if the member is prepared to take a question.
We'll do it at the speaker's function, Honorable Manyati.
Can take my question, man, Kasim.
In the
2
latest...
minutes left, Honorable Kasim. 2. Yes.
That the DA, even in the latest statistics, had created close to half of all of the jobs that were created in the province. But let me tell you why the people of the Eastern Cape will be persuaded that the DA can be a better lover. And I'm going to talk to you about the Kaucha story. And I agree with Honorable Madikizela. Honorable Premier, you must fire whoever wrote your speech. Because whoever wrote your speech included Kaucha as one of the municipalities that need assistance from your government. When the DA took over Kaucha, it was the second worst run municipality in the Eastern Cape. It is now the best run municipality in the Eastern Cape. Recently, it got its first clean audit ever in the 23-24 financial year. And the Kaucha municipality, the best way to demonstrate what a better lover the DA is that when the DA took over government in Kaucha, its fleet, this speaks to service delivery and job creation, only 8% of the fleet was functional. That equates to 20 vehicles. Currently, 92% of the fleet is functional, 249 vehicles currently delivering services to the people of the DA-governed Kaucha. Let me tell you something else, Honorable Premier. In my constituency, where I stay, in one of the neighborhoods of Shorterville, David Livingston Senior secondary was an example that your speechwriter used. Really, you must fire your speechwriter before they write your response tomorrow. You said you're going to build David Livingstone. David Livingstone project started in 2017. It was supposed to be completed in 2020. You have already overspent by over 17 million rand. Of 90 million spent on that project, you still have to spend another 4 million to complete it. And still the project is not complete. Whereas in the Western Cape, the DA builds schools in 65 days. And yet you cannot build a school in 8 to 9 years. The last thing that I'm going to say,
Time up, Honorable.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Time up.
Honorable Premier, the people of the Eastern Cape deserve a better lover than the abusive ANC.
I will call upon Honorable Gade. Your 15 minutes starts now.
No, thanks, Chair. Good evening to you. Good evening to the Premier, the Speaker of the House, members of the Executive, and honorable members, and the entire people of the province. There are few areas that I think, Honorable Chair, we just needed to clarify. One is that dialectics materialism does not wish away the metaphysical approach and methodology. It only emphasizes what is primary and what is secondary, and elevate the primary in order for you to understand the contradictions. I'm raising this, Chair, precisely because progress is not measured on the extent by which you add to those who are in abundance of resources. It is measured at the extent by which you have intervened to those who have got nothing or little. So there is a need of a panel beating of school of thought here, so that we can understand better the theater that the people of this country undergoes, and also the endurance by which they, from time to time, are exposed to. I think probably one day, Honorable Speaker and Chair, we will have to engage on this question. There is something wrong probably with the policy framework that we have as a nation. We can't be addressed by constitutional delinquents and well-known thugs here that they collapsed SOEs, and when they were reprimanded, they come back, the back door, and created political parties and want to address people. You are not leaders, you are thugs. We can't be addressed by you here. So there is nothing called MKP here. So you must find another way of addressing people. We can't be addressed by thugs. If we want seriousness in the business of the parliamentary sessions, there must be vetting of people that comes here. There must be vetting of people that comes here. We can't be addressed by thugs. So I should think you must get the message very correctly and clearly. Honorable Chair, the perspective of the African National Congress, which is the ruling party in this government, is a perspective of the IPD. The IPD, Kasim, is Integrated Planning and Development to realign the school of thought, the thesis and the antithesis of the NDP. And therefore, Premier has been anchoring the discussion of this House on the integrated planning and development as a transformative tool that is not in isolation for us to be able to have a synchronized component of national development. And the people of this province were expecting that discussion here. Not noise. We're expecting a discussion on how to dovetail that document that the Premier has presented and how to ensure that you have got a proper alignment between the policy imperatives of sector departments and therefore the levers of government as a direct response to the framework that has been presented here. This is disappointing. It's disappointing, but of course, you can't expect anything beyond this point, Honorable Premier.
Honorable Deputy Chair of Chairs, is the MEC willing to take a question
Sorry.
if this is his
Sorry,
campaign to be the new chair of the ANC in the Eastern
Honorable
Cape? Because
Kasim.
it's not working, this one.
Honorable Kasim,
Yeah?
sit down, Honorable Kasim.
You won't, no. The
Sit
faction
down.
is losing this one.
No, sit down, Kasim. Honorable Chair, the African National Congress have taken its own time, make diagnostic reports, and find solutions to the people of this country. And that's why it is not challengeable now. For example, if you go in the outlook, the structure, the outcomes of basic education in the country is becoming pro-poor, which then tells you the impact of the policies that are pro-poor within the system that the ANC has generated. In the history of this country, Chair, no one ever thought that there could be best mathematics and science teacher in a rural village. In this country, there has never been anyone who thought that there could be the best mathematics and science schools in Vembe. And I'm therefore saying, this distortion and lies is a problem. The tablets are there, and the tablets are going to be used, and the tablets are going to make the people of the province proud. You must stop Kasim lying as a member. You are embarrassing this House. You must stop. There is no court of law that has found any irregularity on that project up until today's date. So you must stop being a puppet here. Stop it. The inclusive nature that we have developed through the IDP from the municipalities as a precursor to the IPD that I'm talking about is the one that gives us a leverage for us to have an interconnected planning and development. And therefore the debate here about municipalities, I'm sorry, it's very flawed. Let's take an example. You are arguing here that municipalities must invest on electricity in isolation of an interconnected development. That will create a problem on the revenue base and the value system of local municipalities. If you understand that sphere better, unless you need an induction on local government. Because electricity as a component and part of developing the local-based economy of those municipalities must feed to the ecosystem so that you fund other core functions of that particular institution using the revenue base that is going to be created via that particular intervention. So I'm saying, at least, listening is a skill. Listening is a skill. And talk is cheap. Talk is cheap. Honorable Chair, we have been visited by a fundamental policy for me, which is going to be a groundbreaker for all the nations in the African continent. A Pan-Africanist pedagogy in education, which we have termed it as a mother tongue, bilingual education as a province. I'm raising this because there is a serious discussion which you should occupy and which you should be at least privileged to, as the ones that have sponsored this concept in the country. How do you align the indigenous science in the ICT that is going to be used on the very same concept that is already there? How are you going to align even the data systems that are going to talk to the multilingualism that is going to be required by a transformative agenda that you ought to be engaged on? So I'm saying, we don't have a business. We don't have a business of thinking below the belt here. We must up the game, and we must not be petty. Get out of narrow partisan political ambitions and become citizens of this province and understands what must be done, how to do that, when to do that, and what resources must be used in order to accomplish that particular task. We are introducing coding as part of the program, which also must be aligned to this integrated planning and development that I'm talking about. And I'm then saying, I am appealing to all of us here, let's not be an embarrassment. When we are seated here, let's think broadly, let's act broadly, and let's get out of comfort zones, especially those that do not even attend the committees for visits. I don't know what they are discussing here. I just don't know what is it that they are discussing. We can't be discussing in parliament gossips. There is what is called a thought processing of idea. Statutory bodies of government are meant to do so. So you must subject your school of thought there and be able to allow the institution to deal fundamentally with the challenges that the people are confronted with here, not gossips. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you, honorable members. Thank you, honorable members. That concludes the discussion on the matter and business of the day. The House will adjourn until Thursday, 27 February 2025 at 2:15 for the reply by the Premier. The House is adjourned.
Honorable members, you are all invited to a cocktail dinner here at the members' lobby. Thank you so much.